that vote. We've got to get more people involved, and perhaps we can push back. Is someone that's in charge that can, an elected official has a right to go to check out what's going on? Who can I speak to? You know, anybody? No?
Il rappelle très souvent.
We have been tear gas. We have been flash bombs. Get back! Get back! Get back!
We haven't touched on it before, but we'll report out.
And after for those of
You walk there, yeah, sure. You don't have to think.
Piece of shit in office. That's why these men are out here.
Yeah.
We didn't need them.
Yeah, we're good. I'm in it all.
Yeah.
You love it.
I don't know. They're not doing it the right way. You're not the guy. I don't know if you check all of this. They arrest somebody on the harbor and harbor. And they just dropped him to the floor. He's in the hospital right now, dying. Yes. I mean, the way they're doing it, it's not the right way.
Trying to get the word out.
What are they doing? They're not doing anything bad.
Right. So, and then I was at there was a guy.
And they shouldn't do that too, because they're doing their job.
Right. So now I'm like, hey, I'm like, and then
We don't have to build a respect.
I know, but not like it goes down. I'm like, go, like right there. I'm like, oh my god.
ridiculous to keep this
I took a
program
video.
on.
Yeah, I took a picture of it and posted it. And I'm like, why are you doing that? And he's like, but they can accept it. I know that. Why is that's why they're doing what they're doing? They're getting incentive. That's why they're discriminating all the people and whoever it is. They're the people that are. That's not all what they're doing.
And I've been hearing this stuff. Not even like I remember 12 years ago when Obama was having all that.
Well, he did it for a year.
But they never did it this way. Never did it this way.
Doing it the right way. And all these people here, they don't even be here. Like, well, he has a let him do anything. Yes, yeah,
Oye, amiga, va a haber una protesta, una manifestación aquí para que le digas a Roberto y a Cristian, a todos que se vengan, es nada más una manifestación. Pues están todos los noticieros, están todos están noticieros, manda todos los muchachos. La cual se la voy, güey.
It'll be more realistic once you
fight is the best. I know my mom and dad too, and they're from here.
What a shame.
Oh my goodness. But I'm here.
Mexican
I'm here. But you know what? I can read Spanish and I can sing in Spanish. I'm all backwards. It's funny. And I know what the lyrics, the words are in Spanish. It's so like. Yeah, I know. All bandas.
You know if this is National Guard or is this all like there?
I have a trouble. But I watch Telemundo and my friends.
Well, you should because the Russian and the Iranian people came here and they don't Spanish.
Yeah. But it's okay.
The water's at? Starbucks?
Yeah. Representing
Where the water's at? Where the water?
There was a little turnout last night.
Did you post that?
You were here last night?
It should is. Take it. You're welcome.
What was that yesterday, man? There's a people protesting. They were still throwing smoke bombs out and everything. Nobody from the news was there. Yeah, nobody was doing anything to them.
Did you go out last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was up there too.
Wow, nobody was doing anything to them? We were just holding up signs and just started throwing bombs at us.
That's what's crazy. The Brussels was fucking burning your mouth, your eyes, and everything. You had to fucking run. Not just one, but like multiple times.
Yeah.
Okay, will you take my please?
You talk about that we can protest peacefully, but they're still fucking doing that to us.
And the saying the police department was supposed to.
We gotta get a high five.
Oh, and they still there?
Yeah,
Wait, I want to with my two.
yeah, the party working, but they're gonna come out later on, though. You know, we got.
Oh my God!
Thank you.
Keep it up, guys. Yeah, sure. 774 275.
You got bills to pay, you know. Come on, they can come out. They come out.
774
But later on, they're gonna come out again.
275
How you doing?
1351.
What's his name?
Elodie.
Melody?
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah, it's like melody without a
It's wild out in LA.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. You guys keep it up.
Ahorita te la mando.
That's right. Keep it. Say hello. Keep everybody company with the cuteness. Keep everybody peaceful with the cuteness, right?
There's actually a program where you get out until they open up.
All right, you guys.
Oh, and then like thousands, they went faster before that. Like, didn't
Pon la
start it.
bandera de este lado.
No, I tried it too, and my number was like 1,900.
Una más. No, lo estás tapando a él, no quiero que lo tape.
You're not a good too, and then you can have the attachment for the seat. You want to put the seat. Yeah, you can hug this, stand up. I mean, it's like a bike.
And then,
I had the scooter. When I had the seat.
will you send me the picture of the, please?
It's fast too, 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I'm fast. I want some of them in like LA too. I'm 290 and this thing goes 30 miles an hour.
Yeah,
So I can
that's
imagine somebody that
cute.
weighs less.
What's your name?
714-395-1681. Frankie. What is yours? Nice to meet you.
Thank you for both help.
Yeah, for sure. It starts at 12 o'clock, the protest.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, dude, you guys should be extra. Nobody there with like,
714?
camera.
395
What's this?
1681. Oh my God, fiber. Oh my God, this is so
But the thing is,
Oh my God.
brought in tanks and is blocking every headquarters and
Okay, bye.
the National Guard has brought in tanks and is blocking the National Guard has brought in tanks and is blocking every damage last time
Oh man.
Yeah, no, I was just the concern is that business owners have been targeted in the past. That's the They're right. They get to We have a tier 1 criminal specialist. This morning we had Cafe Cultura.
Oh god.
Michelle, are you done? Come over here. But just talk to the music on Right here, look. My paperclip. Yesterday. The worst part was when Michelle and I were in this Passive Press Park down here. Oh, you guys gonna get this one pretty
Okay, so Eddie, what's next? Are you a package engineer? So you need help. So you need help. So we can reach that.
Okay. Okay, we'll do.
Very normal day.
That's the only reason why I'm doing it.
Oh, yeah, 3-7.
3-7 and 2-8.
Overtime? Oh, no. How are you? I was here, you don't Oh, I already know it right here. Hey, I met your guy that was sitting at home with Oh, yeah, Diego. Check it out. Yeah. My friends live around there, so we just walked in from open house. Oh, nice shit. Oh, yeah, looking to rent. Small world. Very small world. Sold it, right? Almost. An offer? Yeah. Almost. Yeah, right now I'm working with the developer that's doing commercial garage. I believe it's called. I charge $3. I'm having another one right there around the corner. Orange County, nice. I know, bro. It's like that. Orange County. Big Hunter housing pack. When I was 13, bro, over 3 years old, I like the recession, bro. When I was there. Should have put it with it, right? People keep saying that. I'm away to the market cafe. You gotta work harder now. Yeah, right. We caught you in the camera show. How many saw you running around? What was that? You trying to make it to the sandwich? That's really good picture. Yeah, yeah, yeah. set up some on. Yeah. I was like fucking Bola had to do this big unit. Like TJ Hong Kong. Yeah. No, but I said it was live. Dude. You heard us, bud? And then I come on, here comes, every fucking car on the scene.
Those are the ones that blow over. I mean, they made it.
No, but it's like, this is like a very more yeah, what the hell? Our buddy was there, and he was like a fucking dog on fucking then all of those people like I gotta go. Where does it come from, Wayne? I'm not just having a come from these figures. I don't know why this if I put a red on my own, it's stop me. They would beat the shit out of me and burn my pocket. Oscar, bro. Oscar. Please, take care. Alex. Yeah, I was helping him out, dude, but he didn't. He was busy buying a house. Yeah. He was busy buying a house, and I'm telling you, I got offers for the income, and I can't hold it for you. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was like, how does that help my case? I can't hold it for you. You know, but you can actually start damaging us. I kept work. I was like, I'm sorry, man. Don't do it. I'll have to scratch all that off and put the primer or whatever. You know, they have a stone. They have to come and polish it. They like buff it out. Someone told me like, oh, introduced the baby. Yes. And that we were, but I just got to Christian. All right, cool. No, we're good. I'm used to working hard, but this one's steroids hard. I know. Like, you know, when we pray for successful business jobs, you don't know that. You don't know that you're praying for long hours. Like, you get pretty tired as fuck. You don't know that. Yeah, well, we do stay later on the Friday. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. That's the beginning. That's the beginning. The beginning, mainly, it's hard. We've done it. We've gone through locations. Hey bro, you're taking my pride away.
There was vandalism over here? Oh, this was some vandalism? mean, money, they would probably take this guy too. If the same guy wiping it off, they'd probably take him. This is insane. Is there going to be a protest today? Honestly, I'm waiting to see how the big one is going to be like. You know, the June 14th. Yeah, I think it's going to be everywhere. I think there's one in Anaheim, one in LA, one in everywhere, really. No Kings protest. You heard of it, right? You know, I don't think I will because I mean, I have my citizenship, but you never know these things. Because I was arrested last year for protesting. So really, it's like there's no such thing as free assembly anymore. Freedom to assembly. It's kind of sad how the military is over here.
Really don't stress it. There's like one guy who told me people were coming, but I expect more than that. I just want to live. So, I hope he's enjoying it.
It's good to see you. I haven't seen you. I was just thinking about you. I have to catch a plane at 3, so I can't be here very long.
Where are you going?
I'm actually going to Vegas to do a freelance job with Nadia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
3 days. Yeah, I know. It's just like she does corporate stuff, and it's just like at this convention, she's doing headshots of people. She does it a lot, and she makes good money too. Were you here yesterday?
No, just
There's a protest planned, Michelle said, for 4:30. You know about that?
yeah.
We're still in the cabin.
That's another name I haven't heard in a long time.
It's the same name, and she doesn't change. Oh, a dog. Is there a dog in this picture?
So the guy with the Mexican flag told me they were going to focus to it noon.
Oh, really?
I don't see it.
What time is it? Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if at 4:30.
Okay. These guys with guns. Nothing like Armageddon to get the crowd. Yeah, I was at a press conference like that. There was graffiti everywhere. Oh, they did a good job getting rid of it. Oh, because there was protests and by the way, Obama yesterday. It's only happened one other time in history that the National Guard being called in without the governor's consent. That's really I haven't seen you since the last fight.
Something weird.
No, I think I saw it before that, but yeah, the last one. It just has to. It's just like... No, Jeff was. So are you still shooting for AP? Good for you. Do you ever get to shoot stills or you don't want to?
Sometimes it's my iPhone.
So is it going well there? Is it pretty good?
We were kind of away from that.
That is not the name.
All I'm saying is this is fashion.
Relax, relax.
You're gonna get shot.
Look, and you speak Greek too.
I know, they're everywhere.
Bro, why are you gonna... This is your farm. And look how much good
That ain't helping.
brother's asked me this morning, he's like, are you going to LA County? I'm like, not today. Okay, don't. I didn't expect to see anything down here. Anything crazy happen?
press conference on that? Yesterday got a little crazy, but it is.
Yeah, like right here it says Café Cultura on the corner.
A las 4:30. O me manda mensaje de tu papá. Ay, con cuidado.
Do you know where? Is there some locally?
Murray? Can you hear me? Murray? Can you hear me?
Is it a generic word? Yeah, yeah. So a generic word? Long guns or oh, just okay. All right. Take care. Stay safe.
That's the only white boy I see right there. That's only American.
the only statue around.
me to read like that. Feds in the building, for real.
You said 100. I said 0.
You have your one in your car? Remind me. Where's Damian? Oh, that's a mistake. Ah.
You guys ever seen anything like this? I don't think it's going to calm down anytime soon. But I appreciate you guys being suppressed when they capture the moment. I'll go.
I'll watch your grandma.
Go the fuck home, you fucking pig!
perfect. So that's exactly what the revenues were. The meter to get perfect. Yep.
And we're supporting her.
The National Guard.
Oh yeah, yeah. They don't. It's not like they can't. They don't.
No, no creo.
This work.
All I have to do is order my water. Oh, is it live? Live?
Y'all better go move somewhere else. Oh, because you're next to the Marines? That's why you're all brave.
This ain't LA! This ain't LA! This is Orange County! This is Orange County! We stand with ICE, we stand with National Guard, we stand with President Trump! We stand with President Trump!
You're not gonna protect your ass?
USA! 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 I'm right now! I'm here right now! I'm here right now. USA. I'm an asshole. You guys are out here. We're out here to the First Amendment, bro. I respect your right to First Amendment. I have mine. USA! 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 Amendment was used to provide freedom to ex-African slaves and provide citizenship. It does not apply to people who came here illegally on their own will and accord to violate the United States of America's Constitution and its laws. If you were an illegal alien, your due process is that you get sent back home. That's your due process.
There ain't shit without Mexicans, motherfucker.
USA! 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 Yeah, I believe I'm an American. My grandfather fought the Civil War to keep this country together. James A. Hart. And Americans are rising up. We are sick and tired of cities like Santa Ana violating American immigration laws. And thank God for President Trump. Thank God for Stephen Miller. And thank God for the men of the National Guard and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The American people are waking up. We're not quiet anymore. This isn't Santa Ana. This is the United States of America, and we can care whatever we damn well please. Hey, if you don't like America, you can go back to where the hell you're from. This is the United States. This is the United States. This is the United States. USA! 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 USA!
You should be ashamed. Go to Texas Amendment. I love this country, and there's more than just the second. There's more than just the Second Amendment.
You can say First Amendment, that's fine. You have the right. We're all here, right?
We're Americans.
We have the right to be here. First Amendment, just like you.
Go to Texas. Go to Florida.
We have the right to be here. We're Americans. President Trump won millions of votes here in California.
No, that is
We're here to stand up.
That is
USA! 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 Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you ICE. Thank you National Guard for restoring order to this country.
Fucking dick rider Nazis. Yeah, you're a Nazi and you're supporting a dictator. That's what you're doing. You're a fucking dick rider. Fucking dick rider. Stupid fucking.
That's why we're sending you all back.
Shut the
We're gonna
fuck
send you
up.
fucking back. ICE, ICE, baby.
Dick rider. Sir, do you understand that I'm actually born and raised in the state of California?
I don't care. We're gonna send all these illegal aliens
Oh,
back.
shut up, sir. You're such a racist prick. Racist prick.
Come on.
Racist prick.
All right, later. Yes, you mentioned Europe. That's who actually founded and built. You know who built the city of Los Angeles? The Spaniards. They're from Europe. You know where Spanish comes from? Spain. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So thank the Spanish. Thank the Spanish. That's right. That's why you have your language. That's why you're Roman Catholic, because of Spain, because of Europe. Everything you take from Europe.
We take everything from Europe.
We are proud
We take
Americans.
everything from Europe. Are you serious? You're so naive. Educate yourself, you bastard.
I stand with ICE. I stand with ICE. Yeah, you know what? This is Orange County. You guys want to go do this shit? Go up to LA. But this is the home of Richard Nixon. This is the home of American patriots. USA! 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 I love President Trump. I love Stephen Miller. They are doing a great job, and we are here to stand with them.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you, California National Guard. Thank you to the brave men and women of ICE who are taking these criminals off our streets. Thank you.
Thank you for you.
Thank you for you. Trump. Here's the thing, people. We are sick and tired of everything you guys are doing in this city. We are sick and tired of a city that's illegal alien population is 1/3. We are sick and tired of you violating our laws. We stand with the United States. It's from the Vera Institute. Yeah, I know my stats.
This is how mad we are. Okay, this is how mad we are. We're mad. Shut up. Doesn't matter. That's how we get. We're angry right now. This is not right.
United States. Perhaps you forgot
Seriously.
It's for everyone. It's for
Yeah,
everyone.
we're just saying.
We're
just here showing our support for President Trump.
And
they can show their support too.
But
I'm showing my support for President Trump.
That's cool.
That's cool, and they can show their support too. Yeah, that's fine. And we're showing our support for mass deportations. We need mass deportations. We need mass deportations. Mass deportations now! Mass deportations now! Mass deportations now! Mass deportations now!
You understand English? This is family.
Yeah, I understand. This is the state of California. And in the year 1848, when we fought the Mexican-American War, and men like General Zachary Taylor led our brave soldiers to the halls of Montezuma, and we took the continent from sea to shining sea. And you know what? This is our country. This is our country. This is our country. Get to know. You're about to find out real quick. Yeah, it's our country. We stand with ICE. 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 It's okay, guys. The United States of America is ready for mass deportations. We don't need your bad attitudes. We don't need you burning our cities down. We don't need you collecting welfare. We don't need you committing crime. We want our country back. Stand back. Go back over there. Go back over there. Go back over there. Make America great again. Make America great again. I don't want to go work in the field. And honestly, let me tell you this. I don't want these people, let me tell you, I don't want these people to work in the fields either. This is slave labor for cheap strawberries. This is slave labor for cheap strawberries. Think about your arguments. These people are saying, hey, have these people live in the shadows as illegal aliens so I can have cheap strawberries. I'm saying, no, go back to your country, live in dignity, live in honor. Don't be exploited by the American corporations. We are sick and tired of our country being invaded by foreigners at the behest of the billionaires. We are ready to take our country back, and Donald Trump is leading us. Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump!
What you just said is what Trump is for.
Yeah.
He's for people that...
Trump wants to deport illegal aliens and help the American worker to raise our wages. If you're here illegally, you need to go back. Get out of our country now before ICE comes and gets you.
Self-deport.
Self-deport now! Self-deport now! Self-deport now! Self-deport now! You know, it's interesting. How are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? Does anyone know? Wait, I mean, how are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? How am I racist? I'm asking a question. Hey, what's up? How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm in Orange County. Yeah, South Orange County.
Yeah, South County.
Yeah, South County. South County. South County, it's nice down there. It's nice down there. It's nice down there. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are pretty racist up here, I think. How many white people are left in Santa Ana? Well, how many white people are left up here? How many black people are left up here? Oh, okay. Maybe I touched a nerve. Because all racist means is shut up, white people. We're not going to shut up anymore. So get ready. You're going to hear my voice all day. Because I stand with President Trump. I stand with President Trump, and I stand against what's going on in our country at the border. I stand against illegal immigration, and I stand against everything that the Democrats represent. So I'm here to stand with the president. I'm here to stand against the demographic replacement of heritage Americans, and I am ready to stand up and speak for our country. Thank you. Yeah, have a good day. Good to see you. Yeah, USA! 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 It's okay, man. You have the right to say that. Because in America, we have the First Amendment. Do you know where freedom of speech comes from? English common law. From Europe. That's right. That's part of our values. So you're welcome. You're benefiting from our country once again. Because if we were in Europe, if I was in Mexico, would I have freedom? Do they have freedom of speech in Mexico? I don't think they do. 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 You know, how many political candidates were assassinated in Mexico's last election cycle, you know? Dozens, I think 33. So yeah, we want a stable border. And you know what, hey, I want the best for Mexico. You know where Mexico went wrong? I know a little bit about my history. You know where Mexico went wrong? The Mexican Revolution, when they got rid of a man named Porfirio Diaz, who brought honor and stability to your country.
Is that what we heard speech?
The PRI, they ran your country into the ground and used it as an oligarchy and sent you to this country. So you and they went out and paid for you. We're done with that. Have some honor. Go back to Mexico and make Mexico great again. I support that.
Shut the fuck up and go home.
No, the U.S. did not steal Mexico. The U.S. did not. The American Southwest was won in a glorious war. The Mexicans actually couldn't even control this part of the country. It was overran with Comanche tribes. And the Americans had to come and establish order from sea to shining sea. From sea to shining sea. What the fuck have I done? Well, I'm not anyone. I'm just an American. I'm here standing up for my country, but I'm getting my master's degree in history. And I am. And actually, can I speak? Can I speak? Go ahead. Go. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about making money. I care about following my passion. Good for you. I support you making money. That's fine. Okay. And I probably know more about Mexican history than you do.
You don't know shit.
I probably do. So wait, I know nothing. Who's Porfirio Diaz, you know?
Legal immigration.
You don't know, right? Yeah, okay. And, hey, I think Mexico is a great country. You should be proud to be back to Mexico. But if you're proud to be there, then go back. Thank you.
I'm not proud to be here.
And let me tell you this. Claudia Sheinbaum, she is going to sell your country out. She is going to make it so much worse. And let me tell you what, she's not going to win against President Trump. And we are going to enforce the law, we are going to establish law and order, and we're going to make America great again, and we're going to be here today. So if you don't agree, feel free to yell. I support your right to the First Amendment, right? My name is Nick Torres. That's my name. I'm from South Orange County. I'm a President Trump supporter. That's who I am. I'm not hiding from anything. I stand with President Trump.
Are you a Native American?
Yeah, I am actually. My family's been in this country since the 18th century. My family, I have 199 ancestors who fought in the Civil War with my mom's maiden name, Hart. I don't care. What country did the Native Americans found? What country did they found? So it was the United States. No, they were all fighting and killing each other. That's what they were doing. They were all fighting and killing each other. No, you're just mad. You're just mad that we won. That's all that's mad. You're mad we won. You're mad we won. Yes. Europeans won. Manifest destiny. I support manifest destiny. I support that. Quote me on that.
I have a question. If you're winning, why the fuck are you here? You're scared as shit.
No, actually, we're not. You're scared. You're scared. You're scared. If you know ICE is coming to Home Depot. ICE is coming. ICE is coming. Get ready. ICE is coming. ICE is coming.
Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Hey, you know why we're here? You know why we're here? The First Amendment.
Freedom.
The First Amendment. Just like you're all here, right?
Freedom. That's why I'm here.
You tell me fuck you, I could say the same thing back, and you know what? That's the beauty of America. If we were in another country like Mexico where they don't have freedom of speech, the government would come and arrest you, shoot you. Maybe cartels would do that too. But we don't have that here. I'll tell you where we're losing amendments on. I'll tell you where we're losing amendments on. It's ridiculous in this country. You can't doubt about what's going on in Palestine. I'll say that. That's the most ridiculous thing. But you know what? That's totally unrelated to this issue now. That's totally unrelated to this issue now. Because unlike the Palestinians who are being displaced by the Israelis, what mass immigration from Mexico since the Hart-Celler Act is done is displaced and ethnically cleansed white Americans all across the Southwest. So we are coming to speak out. We are against demographic change. We are against weak borders. We are for law and order. And I stand with these men. I think these are the best men in our society, the National Guard and ICE. I think they're doing what the other people should have been doing for decades. And let me tell you this. And no one asked my question. No one answered my question. No one answered my question. How are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? I mean, you know, not well. It's not well. I mean, it's a 2-year prison sentence. So, I mean, think about it.
Have you been there?
No, I don't need to go. I called the internet. You can read online.
Sir, stop being a pussy.
I'm here among you. How am I being a pussy? I'm talking.
No. Let me explain to you.
am I being a pussy?
Go somewhere else.
No. I'm going to stand right here because you know where I'm at? The United States of America, the greatest country in the world. USA! 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 USA!
You're a pussy! You're a pussy!
And you know, for all these people who doubt my knowledge of Mexican history, like I said, there was a great man who once ruled Mexico, Porfirio Diaz. And he was removed by these leftist people like Frida Kahlo. Porfirio Diaz was a great man. Porfirio Diaz was a great man. Porfirio was a good man. He established law and order. He established law and order. He built railways. He wanted Mexico to live in pride. He wanted Mexico to be a great country. But you know what the leaders of Mexico have done the past 100 years? They've exported their own people to work as slaves across the world. And then they want them to come to our country, protest, obstruct our laws, and expect us to be okay with it. It's not okay. What we're saying is that you still live on it, you wave the Mexican flag, and you wear Mexico, then have some pride and go back. Have some pride and go back. That's all I'm saying. See, I'm here in this country. I'm here in America. America first. America first. America first. America first. America first.
White people are scared because they're a minority.
Define South. Define South. That's right. No, that's okay. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about demographic change. So again, I know a fair bit about Mexico. I've studied it. I have a lot of respect for Mexico, actually. I do. Yeah, Pancho Villa killed Americans. He killed Americans. And he did take money from American mining companies. You're absolutely right. Not wrong. Calm down, ma'am. Calm down. Go talk to your father. Establish a relationship with your father. Work on yourself. Thank you. True. True. You need to talk to your father. Talk to your father. Your problem's not with me. Your problem's with your father. Your problem's with your father. Your problem's with your father. And you know, it's fine, guys. Look, I know it makes you upset. Look, you know, in Mexico, they have a thing. It's called chingada, right? You stand the strength. You stand the fight for your country. Every Mexican man would do that. We're doing the same. So I know it probably makes you upset, but you're benefiting from taking advantage of our system. We're done with it. We're done. We're tired of it. I am standing for my country.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm Roman Catholic. I am Roman Catholic. I am Roman Catholic. I am Roman Catholic. So here's where we're at, guys. We can all leave. We don't need to separate families. You can all leave. We don't need to separate families. You can all leave. No. So they say this is Mexican land. So let's look at these guys. When Cortez landed in Mexico, So actually on a per capita basis, we're far less. We're far less. We're far less. We're far less. That's fine. Go ahead. I know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm telling you the census data. 57% of the country is white. 41% of census gets on one hour there. So that's below the national amount. That's below the national amount of white people. That's fine. We know you disagree. We know disagree. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I already told you that. I already told you. So you said 40, didn't you? I finished. So yeah, all right, so you're 41%. 41% of recipients of Texas are white. Yeah. You understand that 57% of the country is white. I'm not that slight. I'm not that slight. I'm not that slight. Alright, it's alright. It's okay. You don't want me to call him soon. It's okay. It's okay.
Let it go.
It's okay.
No le den lumbre.
It's okay. And see, this is why people want you guys deported. This is why people want cities like Santa Ana deported. Well, it's gonna happen. You're crying on TV. Oh my God, they're taking us all the way. We're gonna. Yeah, ICE is coming. Stephen Miller's coming. Tom Homan's coming. No.
You don't mind that.
No.
This is my people's land. This tattoo is because my sangre is on this dirt.
Okay.
My family's on this dirt. You came over here, you took it. So you want to say we're criminals?
No.
You're the criminal. Christopher Columbus discovered
This is the United States. Christopher Columbus is a hero. Christopher Columbus is a hero.
We've been here.
Christopher Columbus is a hero. You can think that's fine. Christopher Columbus is a hero.
If we go back to Mexico, you could go back to Europe. California was a part of Mexico before you came into
California. And I already explained that. California was only part of Mexico for 25 years. Before that, it was part of Spain.
No, it was not.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, actually, do you know when Spain got independence? Can you tell me when Spain got independence?
Came over and fucking did the same shit.
No, so you don't know. You don't even know your history. Spain got independence in 1821. You can fact check me. Spain got independence in 1821. Who's heard of the Grito of Dolores, Miguel Hidalgo? Have any of you? No, you don't know.
What do you think about the millions of dollars that are paid into Social Security by illegal immigrants that know that they're not getting?
That's not true.
I can tell you.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Illegal aliens take far more out in benefits than they provide to the country. You guys actually know. Think about this. How many people?
Just because he's yelling, it doesn't make it right. Just because he's fucking yelling, it doesn't make it right.
I'm not saying I agree. I don't know why you guys We want them deported. We don't want illegal aliens here. We don't want illegal aliens here.
Get on that side of it.
We will. That's fine.
That shit on your own.
Hey, we made it along just fine before you guys arrived. We made it along just fine. We made it along just fine. USA! USA!
Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe.
Well, but you're fine.
Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe.
That's what you're doing.
We're
very proud to be here. That is the thing.
Legal immigration. That's
Go back to Europe.
I'm having an educated conversation. You obviously can't have that.
It's the same.
Look, that's for present. It's not disrespecting the 100%. The same shit. It's the rhetoric you guys want to use to be able to justify the shit that you're doing. And that's not it.
What is that?
It's to show presence that we're here.
So yeah, we're here too. Americans who are opposed to this. Americans who are opposed to anarchy. Yeah, we're European and we took over this country. The Mexican-American War. Probably European. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be white. I love Europe. I love Europe. And I love America. I love my people. I love my people just like you do. I love my people just like you do. And America, well, you are actually. You're killing Americans by making violence. You're killing people.
be here. This is 5 or 10% of our country. We're getting paid to be here.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. We're gonna send you back, too. Send me back, please. We're gonna send you back. ICE is gonna send you back. Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. Go to Europe 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 now. Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. Go to Europe now. Go to Europe now. Go to Europe now. That's fine. Go to Europe. Woo! Say all you want. But we're going to be the ones sending you back. We're going to be the ones sending you back. I'm going to send you back. I'm going to send you to El Salvador. I'm sending you to El Salvador. We're going to send you to El Salvador. Yeah, you're going to be some bitch for MS-13. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. That's what I said. Guess what? Your president's going to send you to El Salvador. Your president's going to send you to El Salvador. Exactly. So anyways, we're here. We're Americans. We love Trump. 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 We won. You lost. Hey, you have a right to be a dumbass. Come on. Come on.
What do you think of the election results that are coming out right now? What do you think of the election results that are coming out right now in the state of New York? Alright, I'll tell you what's happening. There are anomalies being found where there are cities, there are places where coming with 6-year-old votes. Even statistically, that is impossible. I'm saying we're about to see what's going to happen, but there was something in this election that went wrong.
Who set all this up?
You remember the 2020 election? Yeah, the one that was there.
Who made all this up?
Yeah.
That's why what's going on.
Let me speak.
You don't know
either. Who's destroying what? Because we're that's okay. You can be around a lot of time. You know who was around longer? The natives.
How come
Our
you lost
blood.
if you won Florida, Ohio, and Iowa? Can you answer that?
He said
You don't understand it, but it's okay. You're mad. Country. Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now.
Salvador. You support Trump, but then you also said that I don't support his stance with Israel.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so but you can't be like a hardcore Trump.
How so? Have you ever heard of Pat Buchanan?
No, because like
Have you ever heard of Ron Paul?
Israel government's corrupt, but our government's corrupt. Our people are good. Our people are good. Government, we got problems.
Have you heard of fuck you? Okay, alright. Yes, you're entitled to say that. Thank you. Okay.
Play with yourself, bitch.
Hey, go back to Mexico, bro. We're gonna send you soon.
go back to Europe.
I'd love to. I've actually put my money where my mouth is.
But you're broke. You can't even get a flight there, huh?
You go live in Mexico?
Bro, you're broke. I got my bro back away. Bro, my boy. Bro, what you mean you're gonna take me, my boy?
My life from shit.
Bro, you're gonna get shit out of
No one's illegal on stolen land.
It paid $15 million.
No one's illegal on
It
stolen
paid
land.
$15 million. It paid $15 million for the land, girl. Go look it up. God bless you. It'll figure it out. That mask actually hurt you. God bless you.
Oh yeah, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. You're trying to get a fight. Yeah, for sure.
God bless you. You don't know what's going on yet? You don't know what's going on yet?
People are begging for fucking dollars at the freeway.
In your 1900s.
We're here way before that.
No, they weren't.
It's the white
No, they
people.
weren't.
Don't argue here for the next. Don't argue here for the next.
You
Are you a German? Are you a German? Are you a German?
Look at you sweating like
You're sweating. You're fat. Get away from me. Yeah, get away from me. You're fat. There's actually a massive obesity problem in Mexico. Massive obesity problem. Okay. Massive obesity problem in Mexico. We're going to send you back. Stand down back. Stand down back. Stand down back. Stand down back. Yeah, we're gonna send you back first. We're sending you back first. We're sending you back first. Send you back first. Send you back first. Send you back first. We're gonna send you back first.
But you're speaking about the Southwest, so most of the problems are Mexican, so this makes
The largest problem with illegal immigration is from Mexico. So yes, it's a problem. You guys know what Mexico's #1 source of national income is? Remittances from America. We fund your country. We finance your country. No, you don't. You just fund our country. You just fund our country. Get out.
He was fucking burning. You know who said their people? Mexico.
Yeah, no. Actually, Mexico has contributed to the downfall of this country. Right? Yeah, because we have a large population of people here, like in LA, that have no loyalty to this country, and really, like, we need fry cooks, we need landscapers, we can do these things ourselves. We will. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Stand them 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 back. Yes, because there was, okay, well, from 1776 to 1965, we didn't have large-scale mass immigration from Mexico. No, we got no presidents. You go. So as I was saying, from 1776 to 1965, we didn't have mass migration from Mexico. We won 2 world wars. We settled the continent, and since there's been mass migration from Mexico, we have riots, we have poverty, welfare. Stand on back! Stand on back! I know you're fat. You're not. You're fat. You're fat. Lay off the tacos. Lay off the tacos, lady. Lay off the tacos. Lay off the tacos. Lay off the tacos. It's okay. Stand on back. Stand on back. Stand on back. Stand on back.
Where's your mic, bro? You don't get your mic. Where's your guy?
Exactly, but you don't talk to men like that. You don't talk to men like that. Look at your
Go back to Mexico, bro. That's what I want you to do. We don't want you here. You're not from here. Your parents were from here. You're not. I'm from here. It's my country. It's my country. It's my country. USA! 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 starting trouble. They're the ones here. This is why. They're here. They're here because of them. No, we are here. We're here to stand with ICE. We're here to stand with ICE. We're here to stand against you. And look at you guys. You're the ones that keep coming at us. Why don't you go back over to your side? Why don't you go back to your side? Well, we want you to go back to your country, yes. And I can be here saying that. And we're going to send you back. We're going to send you back. We're going to send you back. It's okay. We're going to send you back. 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 Go back to Mexico. Go back to Mexico. If you love it so much, go back. Go back. Go back. I see a lot of Mexican flags. You love the country so much. We love America. We love America. Go back. Go back there.
You love Germany. You love Germany.
We do love Germany. Germany's a great country.
If it were up to you, and Frank would have been freaking in the nuts.
That was really powerful, man. That was really powerful. How many women are raped when they're trafficked across the border? How many? By white guys, yeah. By the migrant traffickers. Hey, what's what? Yeah. Actually, yeah. The coyotes who are taking back. Yeah. Okay. Whatever you look like, you should be in Mexico. Go back, bro.
Hispanics make up the least amount of rapists than the other.
Yeah, and they also include a lot of Hispanic crimes with white crimes. You know that, right?
We don't
What about Nicholas Cruz? What about Stone Douglas? Nicholas Cruz? He's Hispanic. You guys, what we're here to do. You want us to list all the things, how much money we're stolen from the country? You're mad, you're triggered because we're going to have ICE moving through the city. We're going to have ICE moving through the city. No, they're not. We're going to have ICE moving through the city and we're going to be doing mass deportation.
Fuck your mom, fuck that bitch.
Okay, that's
raise the bitch like you.
No, okay, go back to Mexico.
Oh, bitch,
go back to Mexico. Go back there.
Go to Europe.
Fucking white bitch shit.
You just keep saying Mexico.
Yeah, because what?
All I gotta say is, thank you. You know what? Thank you for that.
The lady who passed away who did that to me. Why? Who expect people to go steal shit? Who steals shit? No, who stole shit? Look at it. Steal shit. This guy wants to fight. Get that guy's picture right there. Make sure you get that guy's picture right there. On the LA Dodgers on the right. Get his picture. I'm serious. Get his picture. These guys want to fight. You guys had a president. He wants to fight. He wants to a lot better. We have Claudia Scheinbaum who's letting the cartels kill everyone. Claudia Scheinbaum's a joke. Claudia Scheinbaum's a joke. Claudia Scheinbaum's what? I don't understand you. One point, I don't understand you. I don't understand you.
Why you like, you don't talk to me like that so
I can talk to you. Hey. No. I say he's kind. I really don't care. I'm here on my own accord. I have a right to be here. I have fun. Have I denied you have a right to be here? Yes, you need to go back to the country. If you're here legally, we don't want you here. If you're here legally, we don't want you here. That's fine. So if you're here legally, we don't want you here. That's okay. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. I don't respect you. I don't respect you. Go back to your country. Go back to your country. It's okay. It's alright.
We drilled that bitch already. Let her her thoughts. Don't take a break. She needs water.
She got track marks on his ankle. Yeah, you got track marks on your ankles, man. This will be on
Your mom's a bitch, your dad's a bitch.
I'm trying to make a point. So you know the point that you made that
the migrant jobs,
Exactly.
if the immigrants didn't take them, regular people would take them, and then you mentioned like 1776 to
Yeah,
1965.
we
Hold on.
survived just fine without Mexico.
Okay, at that time, you
Damn love.
Survived just fine without you here. Go back to your country.
Hold on, chill. This is my point, right? Obviously, you know what happened after COVID. A lot of people went on unemployment. To this day, we're dealing with that situation where a lot of Americans have.
You can't be that
Well, that's not the
ignorant,
point.
right?
That's not the point.
Can't ignore history.
The point is that
You guys don't know your own history.
You don't know it.
Who's Porfirio Diaz? Didn't you tell me? You guys don't know anything about Mexico, but you get so upset. You don't know anything. I know more. I know more. I know more. Because none of you can answer my questions. What year was the Mexican Revolution? Can anyone tell me?
You can't even.
Yeah, 1910 to 1917.
We were here before that.
What? I mean, that's so. I know more about your country than you do.
No, because you came and stole the shit.
No, I didn't. No, well, we actually defeated you in a war. We defeated you in a war.
We've been here.
Remember the Alamo. Remember the Alamo. Remember the Alamo. Remember the Alamo.
And what's the Alamo? What was the Battle of the
Alamo? The Alamo is when the Mexican nationals killed Americans. Killed Americans under the General Stanley, slaughtered us, and then in response, you're lucky you can't do that no more because you want to kill white people. You want to kill white people. That's what you just said. You just said you want to slaughter us. You just said you want to slaughter us.
You want to kill Mexico?
You want to kill white people. You want to kill white people.
You want to kill Mexico?
So I don't want to kill anyone. I just don't want you in my country.
You want to kill
She
Mexico?
said she wants to slaughter people.
If you want me to say that, that'll come out of my mouth. But I never said that. I said you were on stolen that because you were stolen that.
You're lying.
We're
You're
from
lying.
here. I'm not
You're
lying.
lying. I heard
This
you say.
got over here.
You're lying.
My son
You're
is
lying.
on this together.
You're lying.
I'm from
You're
here.
lying.
You're not
You're
from
lying.
here.
You're
You
lying.
can't steal this shit from
You
us.
said you want to slaughter people.
This and this shit.
said we
You
want to
took that
slaughter
from
people.
us. For prayers of
That's not what you said. You guys said you're fighting against slaughter us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're lucky. Yeah, that's a threat. That's a threat. That's a threat. So you want to slaughter white people, we know.
Debemos de tener ¿cómo se dice? Para adelante. Necesitamos una vez por ahí quien tiene una que la venga a traer para estar al mismo nivel. Ese hombre que está ahí. Ir así de sí dan ganas de hacerlo.
Talk to your father.
You're a
Talk to your father.
narcissist.
Daddy
You're
Trump.
fucking narcissist.
Daddy
You're
Trump.
narcissist.
Talk to your father.
That's what you
Talk
are.
to your father.
Shut up.
Talk to your
Shut
father.
up. You're
Hey, hey, bro.
Talk to your father.
You're not just fucking.
What have you done for this country? Just tell me that.
Don't touch
I'm a taxpaying citizen.
That's it?
I'm a taxpaying citizen. I'm getting my master's degree. Yeah, it's good.
Pull it out.
Good for you.
Pull it out.
What do you got?
You're a pussy, you motherfucker. That's what you are.
Yeah.
His father got a
What's that?
I'm a product of illegal immigration. My
That's
two deployments to Iraq.
Yeah, and I paid your salary. You're welcome. I paid your salary. I paid your salary. I'm a
And I
taxpayer.
gave you freedom.
For what? Iraq wasn't for me. Iraq wasn't for me. So I'm paying your disability. You're welcome.
No, you're not.
And let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. So the war in Iraq. Yeah, I don't care if you fought in Iraq, dude.
You would never. You could never.
No, I would never.
How is an illegal immigrant fighting for a country that you're talking shit about? That makes no sense. He's literally telling you that he's a
Why don't you respect him though? Can I make my Why don't you respect him though? Why don't you respect him?
I don't. Hold on. First off,
Why don't you respect him?
Can I
He's
speak?
one of them.
Patriotic at all.
He's one of them.
That's not patriotic at all.
Let me speak. Thank you.
You disrespected a veteran. That's not patriotic at all.
So the
You
war
would
in
never
Iraq.
fight. You would never fight for this country. Ever. You would never fight for this country. He did. He gave for immigrants that fought. Put blood on here. Put blood on here.
Fuck you. I'm a taxpayer.
You have a right to be an asshole.
I'm a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer.
And you're an asshole. And you're an asshole.
So yeah, okay. So that's fine. That's good. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna speak now.
You got waffles. You got waffles. No.
You got humbled.
Okay. All right. Anyways.
You got humbled. You got humbled.
So the war in Iraq.
You got humbled. You got humbled. You got
humbled. I actually can't.
You got humbled. You got humbled. You got humbled.
The war in Iraq.
You got humbled.
Was fought for Israel. Yeah, so it wasn't fought for the American taxpayer. My freedom wasn't affected by Iraq. My freedom wasn't affected. No, I'm telling you, I oppose the Iraq war. I'm a taxpayer. It wasn't done for me. It wasn't done for me. I didn't benefit from the Iraq war. 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 Is that what you're asking? I did it. I did it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I hope it goes viral. And there's people upset with the state of Santa Ana. So anyways,
You're sweating like a pussy.
Okay, that's fine. It's hot out. It's hot out. It's hot out. That's fine. That's fine. The war in Iraq wasn't fought for me. The war in Iraq wasn't fought for me. I have more respect for these guys, actually. They're doing more of a service to our country than the war in Iraq. Thank you for your service, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. They can laugh at me. I support these men. I respect them. They're fighting for our country. No. We support them restoring order. See, the war in Los Angeles. The war in Los Angeles is more important than the war in Iraq.
German. They're not fighting us.
I'm voting the blood, sweat, and tears.
Okay.
We did it illegally.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sweating. I know. We're out here. It's hot.
No, he's
It's hot. No, this hat was made in the USA. Yeah, made in the USA. It wasn't made from Maquiadora. You know what that is, right? Yeah, we know. I know. So it's okay. It's okay. You're 12. Okay. Well, I mean, you ever write the First Amendment? So do I. I'm just letting you know. Okay, that's fine. I know you can write that. That's cool, man. That's cool. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So we're gonna be here all day. We're gonna be here all day. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And Mexico's that way. Mexico's that way. Go to Mexico. Go back to Mexico. Go back to Mexico. Go back to Mexico. Go
We have really good dentists in Mexico, actually. Don't talk shit.
I have a gap in my teeth. I'm fine with that.
We do.
Hey,
really good dentists in Mexico.
no, he doesn't need that. He needs Ozempic because this bitch is a fucking
Yeah, I know you're mad. We said you're fat. I know you're really upset. So you made your point clear. You're fat. We know. So okay, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care. You're going back to Mexico. Send them back. Send them back. Send them back. Send them back. Yeah, so I don't think illegal aliens should be allowed to serve in our military. I don't, yeah. And because, that's a problem. That's a problem. No, I don't think so. Yeah, you can say that. Okay. Because the wars that this country fights isn't on my behalf. In every war, I would say, since literally probably the Civil War, they don't fight. No, actually, I'm being serious. America's military-industrial complex affects us all. The wars this country's fight isn't in our interest. Yes, I believe that. I don't think the wars that this country fights is in my interest as a U.S. citizen. No. Or nor yours. So why are you signing up for the military? I don't think any of you should.
You can't do it, so we have to do it for you.
No, we don't. We don't want you to fight our wars. We don't want you joining our military. We don't want you in there. We don't want you in there. How are you showing? If you're hold on. Let me ask you this. Yeah.
We're supporting the guys right here.
I'm a taxpayer. Yeah. Well, you are. You don't want them here. Yeah, the National Guard. The city council?
I'm from the city.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. That's great. That's great, but you're not cooperating. I know. You made that very clear. You made that clear. I'm from Orange County. I'm from California. Yeah, so I can be here too. I can be here too. No, you guys don't want the presence of these people here. No. No.
Are you meeting them? Because I thought my people.
No, we're coming and supporting them. We support them.
We're supporting them too.
No, you're not. You don't want them here doing their job.
Who the fuck?
You don't want them here doing their job. You're not. It's okay. It's all right. Calm down. It's okay. It's all right. And you guys are so upset. You're so upset that there's some Americans who are tired of the parasitic reality of cities like Santa Ana. No, they're not. No, a third. Yes, I have a right to the First Amendment. My rhetoric can be as disgusting as it is. And the city. That's okay. That's fine if you're here legally. And the city of Santa Ana. The city of Santa Ana is a sanctuary city and a refuge for illegals. Yeah, it's a sanctuary city. You're in violation of federal law. You're like, because the federal, yeah, we don't allow illegal immigration in this country. We support ICE. We support ICE. We stand with ICE. No, it's a crime. It's a crime. It's a crime. It's a crime.
My love, please educate yourself. That's the problem.
Do you support? I don't think you guys just talk. You don't know anything about your own country.
I literally went to school here.
You don't know anything about
I have
Mexico.
everything.
You don't know anything about Mexico.
Yeah. Google
your
is
loyalty.
a
Your loyalty is a share.
No, it's not. When you cross the border, it is not a criminal offense. It is a civil offense.
It is. You're violating the
No,
sovereignty.
it's not. No, it's not. And it goes punishable by somebody running a red light on a bike.
You're violating the sovereignty of the United
No,
States.
it's not. It's not a criminal offense. No, it's not. It is civil.
It is. It doesn't matter. It's a crime.
Because we don't
It's a crime if you cross the border. It's a crime if you will be deported. You will be deported. All right, well, I have a right to do that. I have a right to the First Amendment, right? So yes, we support national security. We support ICE. We're U.S. citizens here supporting them. I'm not a nigga, dude. I know what you're saying.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, don't call me
Broke it up into one and two or more.
Yeah, so do I. So I have the right to say, don't call me. Why don't you shut up, bro? Go back to Mexico. Wave some flag. Get the fuck out.
Hey, I thought you said we got First Amendment, you stupid bitch.
Yeah, if you're an illegal alien, actually, you don't. Because you don't have the right to law. So it's okay. So, anyways, you guys have no argument. You want America. You want America not to have a border, but then Mexico can have one.
attacking the teacher?
Prison illegal aliens. Have you guys ever heard of the Reglamento de la Ley de la General Poblacion? Have you heard? Well, I mean, you need it more than me. That camel toe looks disgusting. Fix yourself. Thank you. Yeah, fix yourself. Fix yourself. I mean, I can't help seeing it. It's like so huge. It's in my fucking face.
It's a little predatory.
Anyways, yeah, I don't really care. I have no respect for you. I have no respect for you, and we're gonna send you back.
I see your side lobes. I see your side lobes. Your side lobes.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we're gonna send you back. We're gonna send you all back, and it's okay. That's why you're so upset. That's why you're so upset. I don't care. I don't care. We're gonna send you to Mexico. We're gonna send you to Mexico on your shirt. We're gonna send you to Mexico. We're gonna send you to Mexico.
Do a little piggy. Do a little piggy. Do a little piggy.
And when it happens, I don't want to hear you crying.
Do a little piggy.
I don't want to hear you crying. I don't want to hear you crying when it happens. I don't want to hear you crying when it happens. You're gonna go back. You're gonna go back. You are. It's okay. You're gonna go back.
Yeah, my other video was up on.
You're gonna go back. You're gonna go back. You're gonna go back.
I'm going to bed.
You're gonna go back.
YouTube, same exact thing.
We're gonna see. Because when we get more National Guard,
Nazi! 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 Nazi!
This video is going up on.
So that's all you guys have to say. You guys. I mean, you guys. Probably most of you are probably the children of illegals too. That's so yeah. So you're gonna go back to your parents. You're not American. You're not American.
I thought you came from Europe. I thought you came from Europe, bitch? Are you a nigga? Are you a nigga? Are you from Europe?
No, I'm not.
Are you from Europe?
I'm not a nigga. I'm
You're
from Europe. I'm from Europe.
You're from Europe,
I'm from
bitch.
Europe. I'm
You're
not a nigga.
illegal.
I'm from Europe.
Your grandparents were illegal.
Yeah, I'm a white man.
Yeah,
I'm a white man. Proud. Proud to be.
European. Hey.
Proud of my country. Yeah, you have every right to. Mexico's a great country. You should go back there if you like it.
You're not, dude.
No, I'm taking it back to your too, so I can try to.
Yeah,
stay there.
So why don't you
Stay
put
there.
your
You're coming back.
I will too. Okay.
Stay there.
So yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So again, we're going to be coming up here. There's going to be more Americans arriving. There's more people showing up. Yeah, well, we're the founding stock. Let's talk about it. So how many Mexicans signed the Declaration of
You're the
Independence?
selected people.
Zero. Oh, that's right. That's right.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You said that none of us signed the Declaration. How? You came and you stole our land and you took our people. You raped our women.
So you're related to Indians in Virginia?
I'm related to Indians.
You're related to Indians in Massachusetts?
That's
not. I don't want to. That's actually not on the East Coast. Have you heard of the 13 colonies?
Have you heard of what
we didn't kill you.
We were
You
here.
just bought the country, bitch.
You
You just bought the country, bitch. You just bought the country, bitch. You bought the country, bitch. Expansion. You bought the fucking country.
European expansion.
He didn't agree with our culture.
Expansion. You bought it, bitch. You bought it.
He didn't agree with our culture. That's why we're the new fucking world.
For presidents? Do you have any written
Seek
records?
the truth and keep the faith.
So hold on, I want to ask, no written records, no calendars, no domestic agriculture.
We had a calendar. On an Aztec calendar.
Yeah,
We had a calendar. It's an Aztec calendar.
What state are you from? What state in Mexico are you from? What state? Yeah, you're probably not from Mexico City. Yeah. From Michoacan, okay. So is Michoacan where the Mexica were located, the Aztecs? Yeah, so you're different. Oh, you're different. Oh. See, now you guys like to trick us. You like to trick us. See, I know about Mexico, and I know. I am white, but I know actually more about Mexico than you. Yeah, you do. Well, why don't you answer the question? Why don't you answer some questions? You can hardly speak English, so I don't think you know. No, I know. What? No, you can't. I can't understand you. I don't understand you. It's like some weird language, some pigeon English.
That's all I hear.
He's talking to
Yeah, so there's more. Hey, have a good day, man. Go back to Mexico, bro. Go back to Mexico. This is our land. Go back to Mexico. Remember the Alamo, 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 Alamo. See, that's the thing. There's just a couple white guys here, and look how upset you get. And yet we have to let in millions of you into our country.
You're
How is
in
that
our
fair?
sanctuary city.
No, we don't. So here's the thing, guys.
We're gonna stand by our people.
Here's the thing. We stand by our people. We stand by ours. We don't want you murdering Americans.
Okay. We don't make the stats for real.
Get away. Stand. Sit. That's fine. I'll take it. So yeah, it's okay. We're gonna stand up. So yeah, it's okay, guys. We're here in support of ICE. We're here in support of mass deportations and more Americans. A recent poll came out, 54% of Americans support mass deportations. We are going to enact mass deportations. So yes, get ready. Don't go to Home Depot anymore. Don't hang out at 7-Eleven. We're going to arrest you and we're going to send you back to Mexico.
Don't eat a taco, don't drink a beer,
I
don't
won't.
drink a margarita.
I'm fine.
I don't want you looking at fine-ass Latin bitches
And
and
don't in response, don't use, hey guys, don't drive a car, because that was white people, don't drive a car, don't use a phone. Your phone, who invented that? Not you. That's right, not you. That's all right. Hey, so aside from nachos, what has Mexico given this country? What have you invented? What have you given this country? guys haven't. Thanks for hot Cheetos, I guess, but that's about it. Other than that, not much. You guys have come here. You've demographically replaced us. You commit crimes. You commit civil disorders. We are going to commit mass deportation.
For legal immigration,
we don't want
I know people who are being
in America anymore.
We don't want it. Who are from all kinds of countries.
We're being very clear. We don't want it anymore.
And they don't like, their parents don't like, but they spent 5 and 10 years to come through legally.
Yes.
So why do you have to degrade other people?
Why do they have to degrade us?
Well, I agree.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like, no, I'm not being rude to you.
No, I'm just engaging in a conversation. It's like, I'm a veteran.
Yeah.
I fully support your right to be here. Okay? But what I don't like,
and I'm a taxpayer, so I'm just making that clear.
Everybody pays taxes.
No, but I'm a taxpayer. I help pay them. Sorry, I wasn't sure.
But that's okay. No. But that's okay. I said no on the tax.
Well, not illegal aliens. Illegal aliens don't pay taxes, though. Illegal aliens steal from this country. They steal from this country.
But that's your opinion.
Well, I think it's borne out evidence, but it is my opinion, yes. But yeah, I guess people have different opinions, right? Yeah.
We shouldn't even have to be paying it. That's true. We have enough money in our government. The government wasn't putting it into.
They have a right to yell at me. I'm not saying they don't.
Putting it to the Vatican and putting it into DEI. They put so many billions into DEI.
Well, are we spray painting buildings and waving foreign flags? I mean, that's what we have to do.
Like, why did people get mad when Doge was cutting down on corruption, financial corruption, and fraud in this management?
The media, honestly, it doesn't help us.
You should be in favor of that.
Like,
Sure. January 6th was heroic. Sure. And what we, what we've seen the last 4 days is orders of magnitude far worse than January 6th.
I'm an Air Force veteran.
Okay, so I'm gonna clarify this again. Hey, that's all fine that you're veterans. I'm a taxpayer. Neither did you. So you fought a war for Israel. You know that, right? You didn't fight that war for me. You fought that war for Israel. You fought that war for Israel. That's fine. You fought a war for Israel. You fought a war for Israel.
You fought for your country that you're here being so proud about.
No, you fought a war for Israel.
We said them there, you stupid bitch.
You fight for the Zionists. That's right. I'm against it. I oppose the Zionist military complex. You know what I mean? Go fight a war for Israel. You should go fight for Gaza. Go kill people in Gaza, bro.
Explain to me why
Chill out, bro.
J6ers
Fuck you, bro. Go back to Mexico, faggot.
the shit that they did.
Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. I can say the word faggot. People have said nigga. We're all saying words here.
When National Guard weren't even called to January.
I could actually say whatever I want. Faggot, nigga, whatever I want. I can say whatever I want.
That's January 6th, right?
What? Faggot, nigga, what? Faggot, nigga, I can say that.
It's simple English. I don't think we're going to find any common ground. Of course you're not, because you don't have a view with me because I'm bringing logical. No, I am. I'm a computer engineer. I work with logic every single day. Why aren't you working? Oh, because I'm not. Because I have that freedom too. I'm a salaried worker. Who do you work for? Don't worry about it. You work for the government? No, I don't. Are they paying for you to be here? Maybe that's grounds. I'm a salaried. I'm a veteran though. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. What did you do for our country? Let me just tell you. What did you do for our country? You're a taxpayer.
Ashley Gavin is a hero. And yeah, no, that's how I feel. Our elections were stolen. We were locked in our homes for a year.
By law, you have to prove to me that you're a veteran.
You're gonna tell a veteran that he doesn't know about veterans?
You're nothing to me either.
That hasn't happened since 1930.
Why is that okay?
I don't understand it. Go back there. Go back there.
What knowledge do I have? You're saying I have knowledge. What knowledge do I have? I'll smack you like a man. You want me to smack you? Right?
I don't believe the judicial system that prosecuted President Trump and the January 6th are legitimate. No, I don't believe that. You can't be a cafeteria law guy. I'm not. I just told you how I feel. Here's what I view as the law. President Trump is the living constitution of America. That's what I believe. Well, yeah. No, Joe Biden's terrible. Joe Biden's terrible. Wait, you don't respect Trump, right? You guys are just upset. Yeah, January 6th was heroic. January 6th! January 6th! January 6th! January 6th! I respect Ashley Gavin. We love the Day Sixers. Joe Biden was illegitimately installed by the Zionist regime.
January 6th was trying to kill the vice president, right?
I told you, man. He died from a heart attack. Yeah, he did. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Because the election was stolen. The election was stolen because
he's pulling something up for me.
Yeah, I'm actually talking about something. Where's the proof? It's in the evidence that Trump won 3 states, Florida, Ohio, and Iowa.
Pull up your career. Can he park here?
Every time a president won those 3 states, how did Trump win 19 But you know, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So they're anomalies. There were anomalies. No, I'm telling you, if you win Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, every election up until 2020, that won the election, so that's an anomaly. They started records off the date like that. I don't know. No, I know. I'm just telling you guys the shit. Just like this woman said she wanted to slaughter white people earlier. We heard that. We heard you say that. Why? This is the United States, isn't it? Why are you here? I'm in the United States. No, we're here to support President Trump and I. We're here to represent Trump and I. Why are these illegal aliens here? Why are these illegal aliens here? Who? Terrible. I think you should probably go back.
Thank you for my service.
I don't need to thank you for fighting for Israel. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, you fought for Israel. What did you do? Sit on a base? You sat on a base. You sat on a base and fought for Israel. I'm not going to thank you.
You're saying you're here to support them, and you're not going to support them.
I pay your disability probably. It's okay. It's okay. Probably. Probably I do. Probably I do. And you got citizenship. That's all good. You're used to being a parasite, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. No, I don't. Yeah, I'm going to keep talking. I'm not going to thank you for fighting in Iraq, dude.
You said you were here.
I'm not going to thank you for fighting in Iraq. I know. No, you didn't serve me though. You didn't help me. You went and joined because you wanted citizenship. Trump's done more for this country than you can ever hope to do. Your family came here illegally and stole from this country, and you fought a Zionist war. So I don't care, bro. You know, I'm going to say this. The war in Iraq wasn't fought for Americans. The war in Afghanistan wasn't fought for Americans. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, I'm not saying you guys need to agree with me here. It's okay. They can stay where they want. But I'm just telling you,
I agree with you guys. We were
well, and it's not guys. Now let me tell you this. Now let me tell you this. We were sent this somewhere. Look up the Israel law.
They stand behind the American first, but they're fucking racist.
It's called the Israel lobby, guys.
Just say that you're a white,
part of what's starting Israel wars, and there's immigration groups like IS
I'm down for that. No, I'm not. No, I'm down for the American civil rights. No. You're a racist. I'm down for the raza. I'm down for my brown people, my black people. I'm down for all. No, I'm not. You want to see my membership card? I got my Costco membership card.
Sign for us. Like the photo, like make sure you don't touch it because like I don't want them to invite any problems.
Go talk to your father, miss. We've already talked to you. Go talk to your father.
Can we talk about how Trump is an extremist? What about that? Nobody wants to talk about that.
So you know who Brian Edwards is? You know who Brian Edwards is? Brian Edwards is the guy who carried the case forward for the Epstein victims. He said President Trump's helped put away Epstein. So I don't believe in you. Again, you guys are upset. You can comment on my personal appearance, say what you want, but you don't have the facts, and you're upset. So it's okay. Yeah, you're like so upset. I don't know. You don't even make sense.
Mia, you can't argue with ignorance, my love.
Well, we've proven that. You guys can't argue. You don't know anything about your own country. You don't know anything about Mexico.
Hey!
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, your boy over here claims he's a veteran, but he doesn't even know what DD 4214 is. How does he know about this country?
Hey.
You know what DD 4214? You know what a DD 4214? DD 4214, DD 214. That guy claims he's a fucking veteran. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Our goddamn shit. Even though it's free, and I'm in a excellent fucking course. And this is what they
We're going to deport you.
You're supporting pedophilia. Trump is a pedophile. Donald Trump is a pedophile. You're supporting him. You loser. Go ahead, loser. You're supporting a pedophile. The man in the red hat supports pedophiles.
Deuteronomy says, Lord your God, Lord your Spirit, right there. Again, we are sick and tired. We are sick and tired of you don't want me here. Training was begun, in part, for Resident Evil.
Nobody cares about his mental illness, my boy.
That's not what every word. Chapter 18. You shall not decide as resident alien of justice. Deuteronomy 24, 19 to 22. Teaching all great authority in Deuteronomy 4, 5. He built the country. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Hey, was the Union Party in Mexico? He didn't. No, he didn't. Was John Rockefeller in Mexico? No, 22. How many Mexicans have built the court and put it in the belly of Texas? It's okay. USA! 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 Wandering from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another, people. Now, fuck you. I would rather live in the country or live in the
Trump is a pedophile. Trump loves Epstein. Trump loves Epstein.
Shall be to you as citizens, and shall also be allotted inheritance.
Trump is a pedophile. Trump supporters support pedophilia.
Demographic replacing white people. Yeah, well, many other Americans. You don't need to ask. Many of us feel this way. Many of us feel this way.
Trump loves Epstein. Trump loves Epstein. Trump is a pedophile. Trump is a pedophile. You're supporting pedophilia, you sick fuck. Trump loves Epstein. Trump is a pedophile, you sicko. You're supporting a sicko, you motherfucker.
That's a territory. That's a territory. We actually refined the support for government. Territory. 2 Corinthians 8, 13 to 15. It is a question of a fair balance between your present, abundant, and dirty. It's a colony of ours, yeah. And actually, for the record, I'll say this. I'm for ending Puerto Rico as a colony. It's a great honor.
Trump is a pedophile.
But yes, liberate Puerto Rico. I set out for a cliff, not knowing where he was going. Hebrews 13, 1 and 2. So hospitality from strangers. And by doing that, some have entertained angels. James 2, 1. Has not God chosen the poor? I think we all agree that we're not 1945 Germany right now. So let's just get to the modern times.
Trump's gonna take away your rights. Trump is gonna steal your rights. Trump is gonna steal your rights. Trump doesn't care about the Constitution of the United States of America that my grandmother fought for. Trump is
unconstitutional. My grandfather didn't fight for that fucker. Fuck Trump.
He's going to rallies. He's going to Klan rallies.
Trump is a big wannabe Hitler. Fuck fascism. Fuck fascism.
That's immigration from Mexico.
Trump is a lying piece of shit just like you. Trump is a pedophile. Red hat wearing pedophile supporter. You're a pedophile supporter, you fucking sicko.
Yeah, I'm American. I was born here. My
You're supporting a pedophile, you loser. Go home, you sicko. Go home, sicko. Go home, sicko.
That's okay. I don't care. You don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. I don't care. You call me racist. I don't care.
Loser, go home. Loser, go home.
We want illegal aliens to be deported. We want illegal aliens to be deported. We don't. Yeah, you know, this is America, dude. This is America. 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 So we're here in America. We're here standing, talking, having a civic discussion, legal immigration, demographic change, things of all types. Okay, so
go home, loser! Loser, go home!
We can come out and stand wherever we
want.
Loser! We can come out and stand wherever we want. Come and stand wherever we want. We support President Trump.
Supporter, go home!
We support President Trump. We have a right to be here.
Bigot, go home! Bigot, go home! Bigot, go home!
I can be here. I can be here. First Amendment. First Amendment. I can be here. First Amendment. I can be here. First Amendment. First Amendment. Well, you're here legally. You're here legally. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out.
Supporter,
loser! We'll find out when ICE is here. We'll find out when ICE comes through, won't we? We'll find out when ICE comes through. We'll find when ICE comes through. I support ICE. I support ICE. Well, Europeans built this country. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
You're a crisis actor, loser! Go home, you pig loser!
How many Mexicans?
Bigot, go home, loser! Bigot, go home!
So the Mexicans run the East Coast? The Mexicans run the East Coast? The Mexicans run the East Coast? We support President Trump. We support America. You guys support America. No, you don't. You support America converted with the legal aliens and
Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump!
we love America. We don't want sanctuary cities. 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 I don't care. You can call us racist. You can call us racist. We don't care. We're going to send you back. We're going to send you back. The United States government. Yeah, we're going to send you back. 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 We're going to send you
Yeah, majority.
Yeah, mushmouth.
Mushmouth.
Yeah, okay.
No, I started.
Yeah.
I know you're not talking about people's mouths.
I do.
I don't.
But I do.
I have great European genes. I don't.
Yeah, great European
I got my blue eyes.
You got your blue eyes.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. I love my blue eyes. I love my race.
I know you do. You love your race. Mutual.
You know, I love, you know what? I'm proud of white people. I'm proud of our contributions in this country. I'm proud of that we built this country, actually. I'm not ashamed to say it. I love this country. I love George Washington.
We love this country too, and I'm telling you, we don't
Yeah, I
have a
love
problem
this
with
country.
racism. We have a problem
I love
with
the
racism.
European settlers. I love the fact that we are a part of European civilization, yes. And you are not, we will deport you. We will deport you. We, the MAGA movement, President Trump, we're going to deport you guys. We're going to deport you. Yes, we are. We're going to deport you. We're going to deport you. For now.
That's what you think.
That's good. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. Well, what? Are you going to do something? Are you going to do something? Are you going to do something? I feel people you like all the time for the job. Yeah. Unruly people. Yeah, you're not civilized. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. You lay a hand on me. Lay a hand on me, see what happens. I'm not worried about you, dude. I'm not worried about you, bro.
Well, let's do mutual combat.
I'm not doing anything with you.
Let's do mutual
You see,
combat.
now you want to tell me fight because you don't know how to talk with your words. You don't know how to talk with your words. I'm not going to fight you. I need to fight you. It's all right, but it's okay. It's okay. You guys are the boss.
You guys fight combat and conquer and take
You're
it
the boss.
over, right?
We did. We did a good job at it. We did a good job.
Yeah, all right.
So what? Why don't you avenge it? Do it right now. There's nothing but air and opportunity between you. Yeah, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I got hit in the head with the skateboard, bro. I ain't afraid of you. 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 I ain't afraid. I ain't afraid. We're here standing. I ain't afraid. Well, you were talking about slaughtering people. You did. How so? How so? You said I forced you to say you wanted to slaughter white people. Okay. Yeah, I didn't force you. You said it's a shame we can't slaughter you like you did then. You did. Yeah, you did say that. You did say that. Actually, you did say. You did say that. You did. It's okay. So we're here. We're here, and there's gonna be more people. There's gonna be more people here coming in the future. There's gonna be more. There's gonna be more. This is the first of many times we'll be up here. This is the first of many times. This is the first of many times. Yeah, we're gonna be here too. So there's Americans like this, so you know, most of the thousands, we don't like what goes on. So we're doing it. So yeah, have fun in Canada, have fun in Canada. Right, it's ending. It's ending. It's ending. No, it's ending. No, it is. It is, and I don't want to see a TikTok with you crying on it. Yeah, we're gonna cry. We're gonna send you back. 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 It's okay. So, you know, yeah, well, if you're here illegally, then yeah, that's what we have to do. Yeah, if you're here illegally, you're violating the law. Yeah, okay. It is. You're violating the sovereignty of the United States. You're violating the sovereignty of the United States. You're violating the sovereignty of the United States. In Mexico, they arrest illegal aliens. So why in Mexico? Yeah. Yeah, so let me explain. Most legal immigrants are also not explained. Yeah. What do I have to do? I'm a taxpayer, I'm getting my master's. You're talking about 9/11 earlier. You know that most of the people who hijacked the 9/11 plane came here legally? Yeah, wow. They came here legally. So did that help America? Is that yes, that was legal immigration. Legal immigration. That's what you think. That's what you think, man. I'm not a Freemason. Well, your own buddies who sold you for you to come here, we don't want that. Okay? No, Africans sold you to the white man. Don't get mad at me. Yeah, African. And actually, do you know where the word slave comes from? Where does it come from? Do you know? No, where does the word come from? Yeah, so the word comes from Slav. It comes from Slav, white people. It comes from Slav. We gave our names to it. White people were the first slaves. We were the first slaves. We were. So, again, education,
guys probably don't have IQ north of 100. So I'm going to explain it. You know where the word explain comes from? You know where it comes from. Wow. You know where the Slavs are? People in Russia, Poland, yeah, no. So you think we're the interest rate. Are you a white man? From Slav, the one to say. Oh, we got to put in the thing. Yeah, we were the first place. And we fought a war to free you. And the British kept the transatlantic slave trade open. Have you ever heard of William Wilberforce? Have you ever, you don't know your history. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. No, you were brought to a place. You didn't come here on your own. You didn't come here on your own. You came here because black, no, they were. That's a lie. Yeah, so we did. And they came on ship after black Africans sold them. Black Africans sold them to white men. Mostly that's not even white. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah. Just here we go. Thanks for knowing that. Hey, what's your people like? We have a problem with people like you don't want it. We're here. Supporting America. Hold on. Yeah, the legal area, yes. Yes, I do. That's a political, you know what a witch trial is? You know what a political witch trial is? You know how to read. And it's a political witch trial. You're so educated. You're really smart. You're brilliant. No, she did. She brought you to school. The 34 pounds. You got the same judicial system that allows illegals to stay in our country overnight and allows for all these other egregious violations and overreach in our country also said something about being a criminal. So no, I don't agree with this. No. Yeah, who's going to do this? I don't know about that. I'm a taxpayer. You are a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer. So are illegal immigrants, baby. I'm a taxpayer. So are illegal immigrants.
There's one that's broken, so let's leave that one to the edge.
How's the people responsible to First World War military kicking out our people? Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And you're an Air Force veteran, so you guys got it again.
Right here.
I did. I don't care. Wow, that's like fighting for Israel. Yeah, you're fighting for Israel, right? Yeah, you're fighting for Israel. You're not fighting for America. You're not fighting, representing America as it steals Syrian oil. Yes, you support the war machine. I don't support the war machine. Yeah, I support you.
You fucking ignorant.
Yeah, so again, we don't support the Zionist war machine. I don't support the fact that you were in Syria helping steal Syrian oil. I don't support that, no.
Oh, anti-vet.
I'm anti-war.
Oh, wow.
I'm anti-war, yes. I'm anti-war. I am anti-war, yes.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm anti-war. And I'm anti-vets who want me to come and kiss their ass for fighting for Israel. And yes, I don't need to thank you.
You'll kiss someone's ass. I should put my boots on, huh?
But you guys don't understand my point. These people who are fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, they're not fighting for freedom. They're fighting for foreign countries. They're fighting. I don't want to send them over. And where? Where's President Trump sending troops? Where's President Trump sending troops?
Hey, just remember the people that died, you saying fuck you. You're saying fuck you to all the veterans that died.
No, I don't think you are. You're your people. Your people are against the country. Your people are against the country. No, and here, I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this again. You, like this government, you loyal. You can fight a war like this guy for Iraq and Iraq that helps steal for Israel. I don't need to thank you. I don't need to thank you.
Fuck all the troops that died. He's saying fuck all the troops that died.
Okay, again, I'm saying fuck you because you sat on a base and you fought for Israel. You fought for Israel. I didn't fight for Israel.
You didn't fight for anybody.
I'm not hurting children in the Middle East by fighting for Israel. No.
You're standing there supporting people.
So again,
putting them in prison.
they're here illegally. So again, the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, it was not fought for us. It was not fought for us. I don't think so. I think they thank you. Okay. You got me. Anyways, yes. If you're a veteran, that's fine. You get on your own accord. I paid your taxes. I paid the salary for you. I paid the salary. So that's what I did.
I know you don't pay taxes.
That's fine. It's okay.
Hey, big boy, give us a raise in the military. We need it.
Actually, I am going to say this too. I don't support a raise in the military, and I support cutting military spending, actually. I support cutting military spending, yes. Yes, we don't need to fund wars in the Middle East. We don't need to supply bombs to kill children in Gaza. Yes, I oppose these things.
He got the Muslim vote, and he didn't do it.
And ceasefire has been a terrible Israel. No one is happy about it.
If Biden did that, you guys would drill.
And I'm drilling President Trump. President Trump needs to sign a ceasefire in Gaza. He needs to allow students to go out there and preach on their own accord, talk about foreign wars. That's what they need to do. President Trump won as the peacemaker president.
Let's raise the military budget $150 billion for peace.
And deporting the illegal aliens, and we're going to make sure our voices are heard.
Because he's lying to this idiot.
They do have a lot of power over our government. What do you want me to say? I acknowledge that state of affairs, man. President Trump needs to tell them we need a ceasefire. I'm for a ceasefire. What do you want me to say?
Biden was given the
Hey, you need to talk to your father. Really, I think your father needs to go.
You need to talk to your wife. Oh, you don't have one. She lost you in 2016, dumb shit.
You're talking too much dick. You're talking too much dick. You gotta live right here.
He's sucking dick.
You gotta live right here, my boy. Turn it up.
It's the only way he's getting laid.
So why are you against, or why do you want to deport people that are here?
Because he's afraid of you.
Illegally, I want to deport them from the language.
Sir, go work in the field.
Talk to your father. Talk to your father.
So, like, for example, one of these reasons, she says work in the field, right? So, like, think about how the illegal aliens who live in, like, Fresno, Bakersfield, they're living in shipping containers, picking hot
employers. Let's go.
Yeah, actually, yes.
I agree. Arrest the employers, yes. We should not have people in this country illegally to pick fruit so that wealthy people in Beverly Hills can have cheap strawberries. I'm against that. Yes, so no, actually let's not do that. We need to send them back to where they're from. But I'm opposed. Can I speak? Thank you. Can I speak? So let's answer your question, sir. I'm against illegal immigration because it benefits the same forces that are destroying our country. The billionaires in the Beltway who want to have cheap labor and displace American workers. That's what I believe. Answer your question.
TDS, girl, TDS. Get your treatment.
No, I think deporting. Okay,
I think deporting illegal aliens will actually help the American worker. It will lead to an increase in wages. One of the big problems we have is that there's such a large surplus of extra labor in this country that is allowing the bill.
Nobody wants to do but us.
No, actually many people want to do it. Many people want to do it. Can I ask a question? Yeah, so anyways, like I said, we are against this system that enriches the wealthiest people in the country so that many of you whose parents, and I don't say that offensively, have to work slave labor as maids and nannies and picking fruit. We don't want that. We want you to live in honor in your own country. Make Mexico great again. Don't work as a slave in America. Yes, that's what we're saying. I support a strong Mexico, one where in which the people can live in dignity and don't have to come live here. That's what I support. Yes, and if you don't support that, you need to check your priorities. Yes. Go ahead.
You just said that you're working because there's an extra surplus of jobs. Guess what? If you guys keep importing immigrants, there's going to be more surplus of jobs. And guess what?
No, I said
going to do that.
I said there's a surplus of labor. That's what I said. That's what it is. If we remove the illegal aliens, there will be jobs for citizens. Yes, that's what we want. We want that. We want jobs. We don't want to work.
He brought more people.
Yeah, let me explain. We don't want to work with arrogant Spanish-speaking Hispanics who wave the foreign flag in our country. We don't want to work with that. No, we don't. No, we don't. Help American workers. Talk to your father. I'm opposed to all immigration. Legal and illegal. Yes, we're making that clear. Can anyone answer? Let me ask you this. How many people came to the United States legally between 1770?
You did it! We were here! We were in our
Any country that's sane would work to maintain. Hold on.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. You are weak.
We've been here since way before them.
I'm so scared of you.
Yes, I'm 100%, but I'm an educated girl. Please don't make us look bad. I don't know if you're from here, but don't make us look bad. Don't make us look bad.
Yeah, you're being terrible.
Her word of the day is because you are one, sir.
So with your logic, Mexico, doing good on its own and not come over here to get a better life.
Yeah.
Don't you agree that that's not Mexico?
No, I
People
don't.
came from here over here on land.
Yeah.
Stolen land, by the way.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Jake.
Yeah, it's called.
Yeah.
Wasn't the best European side, so hold on.
100 years to live a better life. It was essentially things that our parents.
So actually, I would argue it's different. Here's why. So what? I'm about to make my point. You can disagree after I'm done speaking. So when the Europeans came here, what country did they immigrate?
Mexico.
No, what country? That wasn't Mexico.
Yes, it did.
Hold on. When they arrived on the East Coast, what was the country? No, I don't know. There was no country, right? It was the competing Indian tribes that were killing.
Indian tribes.
So no. There was no country.
If Europe recognizes that a country, it's real to this day.
Hold on.
With millions of people. So it's not going to be fucking racist.
Whether what? No, go ahead.
Look it up.
Well, no, I don't know.
Those Indians weren't a real nation, according to him.
They were like nomadic people. They didn't have their own.
Yeah, they didn't have a right.
So that's what I meant when we established the country.
They were non-people.
Just because something is a law, that morally that doesn't make it correct. If since you're pro-life.
I'm sorry. Because if there's states that don't allow abortion, like is it okay for people like bomb abortion clinics or something?
No. I'm saying that. Say that abortion was illegal all over the world, right? Or no. Say that abortion was legal all over the world, right? You don't think that you would still think, hey, this law is not right. I'm gonna fight for what's right.
UCLA Rainbow. I'm sorry. I'm pro-life. So if there's any state that has pro-choice rulings, I would support those who are going opposing those laws.
So you feel like you have a moral obligation, right?
Yes, and maybe you guys feel like you have a moral obligation. I'm not denying that you feel strongly about this issue. I'm not saying you don't have a right to. we have a right to feel strongly too, and we feel different from you.
I think the only miscommunication here is just that you're implying that illegal immigrants don't help build countries. But you guys have used illegal immigrants before to build railroads, to build construction sites, and all that.
Yeah, and people did not want the mass migration to come here recently. Okay, yes, Chinese built railroads and these things. I know what you're referring to, but we're talking about the here and now. And most Americans since 1965 have not been in support of mass migration from all over the world. So now we're upset. And this problem has been solved for over 30 years.
But you said that's how you got here, right? Your grandparents came here?
Okay, in the year 1900.
It doesn't matter. Right?
Yes, it does actually.
Why does it matter?
Because back prior to then, there was much more stiffer immigration laws. There was also incentives to assimilate. We have now in these cities, like places like Paramount and these other places, where there's all these riots going on. If you're an illegal alien from Mexico, you can get car insurance, you can get a driver's license, you can get a job. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's my point.
Hold on. So you said 1900s, stiffer laws, whatever.
It was a stricter time. It was difficult. Yes.
Okay, and you brought up the Treaty of Guadalupe.
Want some water, sir? Yes, East LA is a majority Hispanic area. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Spanish Harlem. Yes. We're going back to that tree. In the tree of Guadalupe Hidalgo, though, they explained that you had a year, and I'm not saying it's fair, I'm just telling you this is what it was. They had a year to get to D.C. and make their claims, and if they didn't, they were going to be deported. I'm sorry. That was it. That's history.
They gave them a fair shot to do that?
That we can agree. I think they did. They gave him a year. They gave him a year. That's what I'm telling.
Law enforcement,
yes, I agree. We don't have to agree. We've all been here and disagreeing all day.
They did it.
Because I believe in the USA.
Think about that.
I believe in ending illegal immigration. So that's what I believe, and I hope I've answered the question. We're against it.
I think the part where we disagree, I think that I see your points. I agree with them. No, however, I think that you're being dishonest in saying that there's nothing good that illegal or legal immigrants
have. That's fine. You can say that, man.
But do you see what, like, anything at all? You can't find one good
I'm
thing?
sure, yes. Are there good people who are here illegally? Yes. No one's not saying that. There are good people everywhere all over the world. Should they still be in the country? No.
So what about the bad people that are here illegally?
Huh? The what?
The bad people that are here.
Yes.
Criminals, murderers.
Yeah, if you're here illegally, yes, you could be a Ukrainian sex trafficker living in New York. Why does me? Send them back.
So would you say in a perfect world that us coming over here would be a good thing? In a perfect world, unlimited resources?
Yes.
In a perfect world, our big we have to be God, our Lord Jesus Christ. John 16:13. I have said that indeed you may have the world, you will have tribulation. But take heart, I have overcome the world. Psalm 185:6. Great is the Lord, and the righteous. Our God is merciful. The Lord preserved the simple. When I was brought low, he saved me. Deuteronomy 20:1-4. When you go out to war against your enemies and see horses and chariots and an army larger than your own, you shall not
Say that it was correct.
He never completed the process of doing right. He did complete it, but this is any does.
But if he didn't, I know we can't put that back right now. If he did.
And the chancellor just came, showed Donald Trump back. I don't think so.
I think that you grew up very privileged, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. I grew up privileged compared to some people here because my parents are legal, right? So I'm not saying it's right.
Dude, I don't care because Trump didn't come. Trump's father didn't come here. Imagine if you believe that 85% of women trafficked here are raped. Do you believe that? I can show you that. And so do you. Who does the most raping in this country? White men. No white men are raping black women, bro. Yes, they did. Let me tell you this. Man, have you heard of a light-skinned person? We didn't have light-skinned people here. Keep talking, mushmouth. Have you ever heard of how you get light-skinned people here? Have you ever heard of the crime victimization survey by the Department of Justice? You guys raped our black women because y'all was like they got ass. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. We didn't rape no black women. That's all y'all did. So anyway, you can answer my question.
big crowd for this. It's good. Well, we want to thank you all for joining us this evening. We gather tonight to honor the memory of two precious souls, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky. Our hearts go out to the families and friends of Sarah and Yaron, and all those who have come from the Israeli embassy tonight and the AJC to honor their memory. We want to thank you all for being here. We took every precaution to arrange this evening and ensure the safety of everyone in attendance. And that's because it's a dangerous time to be a Jewish American. The two innocent lives we honor today should still be with us. Sarah and Yaron were young and they were in love. They led honorable lives of advocacy at the Israeli embassy. And they devoted themselves to peace in the land that they so loved. The monster who murdered them was not motivated by peace, but something very different. He went to a Jewish museum to hunt down Jewish people. And we want to be crystal clear tonight. This is targeted anti-Semitic terrorism. There are no shades of gray. There is no other way to describe it. As we've seen in the weeks since, this violence is sadly not isolated. Just 10 days after these murders, a group of Jewish Americans, most of them elderly and one a Holocaust survivor, were pelted with Molotov cocktails in Boulder, Colorado. In Colorado and in our capital city, we see two cold-blooded monsters separated by 2,000 miles but united in their sick hatred of the Jewish people. It just defies understanding. Both individuals chanted a slogan that is all too familiar on college campuses and city streets since the horrors of October 7th, Free Palestine. It's the chant of a violent movement that has found common cause with Hamas. And it's a movement that has lost hold of the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil, between light and darkness, barbarism. The chants of the terrorists who pillaged Israel on October 7th are almost indistinguishable from those of Hamas sympathizers here on our own shores. They proclaim that violence is righteous, that rape is justice, and that murder is liberation. They have created a culture of lies that puts a bounty on the heads of peace-loving Jewish Americans. And the insidious spread of this violent ideology has emboldened the evil worldview of people like the one that took the lives of Sarah and Yaron. Where is the outrage for these two young victims? There have been no national protest for them or the many victims of anti-Semitic violence all around this country. No calls in the streets to say their names. No chants for justice or peace. We cannot let these depraved anti-Semitic terrorists silence us. We must stand up and protect our Jewish brothers and sisters. The Republicans and the Democrats here today stand united in that cause and condemning the violence and the rhetoric that directly aids and abets it. We have a responsibility to recommit ourselves to the cause for which Sarah and Yaron lived and for which they literally gave their lives. That is the cause of peace. I'm reminded of the scripture that says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." Tonight we honor two of God's children, tragically lost too soon. I hand it over now to my colleague, the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson, to all of my colleagues in Congress, to my good friend and former colleague, AJC leader Ted Deutsch, members of AJC, to Ambassador Leiter, members of the embassy, to Noah, Sawson, and all those who have joined us to honor the lives of two innocent young people taken from us prematurely by an act of domestic terrorism. Sarah and Yaron were beautiful, couple murdered in cold blood, victims of the same deadly anti-Semitism that fueled the attacks in Boulder, the attacks at Governor Josh Shapiro's home in Pennsylvania, and in synagogues, yeshivas, businesses, and communities all across America. We are here to honor the memory of two people who were committed to building bridges, to making the world a better place, to fighting for the Jewish community and the state of Israel. Two people just starting their lives together, on the verge of an engagement. Their deaths are a heart-wrenching tragedy, and we grieve with the family and with the entire community. Anti-Semitism has been a painful reality of Jewish life throughout the world for thousands of years. But now, too many of our Jewish brothers and sisters here in America fear for their safety. In this country, anti-Semitism has been metastasizing like a malignant tumor, and we must all work together to eradicate this cancer. More than a year and a half since the October 7th Hamas attack, our determination to fight anti-Semitism, our resolve to bring home the hostages, and our support for the special relationship between the United States and Israel remains ironclad. This week's Torah portion tells the story of the Israelites finally leaving the foot of Mount Sinai. As they journey through the desert, the people make difficult demands, and Moses cries out to God for help. God then instructs Moses to appoint 70 elders to help shoulder the burden of leadership. The Torah portion teaches us that moments of challenge requires more of us to step forward and lead together. In that spirit, we stand here with the families of Sarah and Yaron and stand with the Jewish community. We will not let you shoulder this burden alone. We must come together in good faith as Democrats and Republicans, standing shoulder to shoulder to defeat anti-Semitism whenever and wherever it may be found, until we bury it in the ground, never to rise again. That's a moral necessity here in the United States of America. May the memories of Sarah and Yaron be a blessing at all times, and may God bless and watch over the Jewish community in the United States of America during this challenging time. It is now my honor to yield to Ambassador Leiter.
Speaker Johnson, Minority Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for bringing us together. It's an honor. Members of Congress, President of the American Jewish Committee, Ted Deutsch, family and friends, ladies and gentlemen. We gather here in sorrow, remembrance, and strength to honor the lives of Yaron and Sarah. They were not only our colleagues and friends, they were bridges between the people of Israel and the United States of America. Two young diplomats, soon to be engaged, one Israeli, the other American. They represented the unbreakable bond between our two great nations. They devoted their lives to the values our two countries share, that humans are created in the image of God and charged with the task of pursuing justice and freedom. As we confront the rising tide of anti-Semitism together, I'm reminded of the question that Abigail Adams asked her husband John, America's second president. What is America? She was asking for an idea, a conviction. Remember, she wrote, all men would be tyrants if they could. That warning applies not only to lords and kings, but also to silence and indifference. Those who built America were men and women of action, not complacency. The people of Israel, too, are a people of action, not complacency. We did not collapse in the face of tragedy, but turned pain into perseverance, angst into action, hopelessness into hopefulness. Sarah and Yaron believe that America and Israel each hold a unique place in the world. They saw America as the shining city on the hill, and Israel as a light unto the nations. But Sarah and Yaron did not just preach these values, they lived by them. We have too many high-sounding words, Abigail wrote to John, and too few actions that correspond them. Ladies and gentlemen, our mourning must not end in words alone. Let it awaken in us a fierce defense of what we hold dear, of the virtues that guided the founders of both our great nations. We must demand and tirelessly endeavor for the release of our hostages, kidnapped by Hamas and held in their dungeons. We must not hesitate to condemn those calling for violence against Jews and against all those lovers of Zion. The Intifada has been globalized. And like Orwell's 1984, free, free Palestine means death, death, Israel. It is now incumbent upon all of us to confront it. Today we are challenged to act, to honor the fallen not just with words, but with a renewed commitment to fighting the scourge of hate, fighting the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel. The partnership between Israel and the United States is about the belief that justice and freedom must be defended in every synagogue, in every church, mosque, and on every university campus. In Judaism, we say that one's memory shall be for a blessing. On the steps of this hallowed hall, I recall the timeless words of President Abraham Lincoln. It is for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they here gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. May the memory of Sarah and Yaron be for a blessing, for a renewal of our bond in full measure and devotion. I'm honored to call my good friend Ted Deutsch, the American Jewish Committee.
Speaker Johnson, thank you for bringing us together. Leader Jeffries, members of Congress, Ambassador Leiter and your team, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for standing with the Jewish community at this moment of deep pain and fear. I stood on these steps for many events as a member of Congress. This is not how I want to come back here. And in the immediate aftermath of the slaughter of two beautiful young souls and the attack against peaceful marchers calling for the release of hostages who were set on fire, it's not why I want to be here, but I know I speak for the Jewish community when I tell you that my heart is full with gratitude for this event and your participation in it. I'll try to keep this brief. There are a few things that must be said, 3 points I will make. First of all, anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism, period. There should be no more debate about which kind of anti-Semitism is more dangerous or which we need to be more afraid of. After what happened to Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky outside of AJC DC's event on humanitarian diplomacy, and what happened in Boulder, Colorado, it is clear every anti-Semitism is and has been deadly from the extreme left to the extreme right. There is anti-Semitism on the far left. These two attacks and the arson on Governor Shapiro's residence show that, and we all must condemn it. There's anti-Semitism on the far right. Poway and the attack on Tree of Life show that, and we all must condemn it. Both must be condemned by everyone. No excuses, because if you can only see anti-Semitism when it is convenient, then we're not seeing it at all. Point 2, this is not normal. The obsession with demonizing Israel and blaming Israel for every injustice in the world is the current socially acceptable form of anti-Semitism. It has sanitized hate. There is a straight line from the demonization of Israel, the dangerous lies that people peddle about the one Jewish state, to the anti-Semitic violence that impacts real people. We are grateful for everything Congress is doing right now in a bipartisan manner to bolster security for our community. But that cannot be the total answer. It just isn't normal for any group in America to have to pray and gather and mourn behind armed guards, checkpoints, and metal detectors. No community in America should have to live like this, but this is reality for the entirety of the American Jewish community. Point 3, this cannot be partisan. When calls to globalize the Intifada and chants from the river to the sea are screamed at protests, these must be called out for what they are. They are not slogans for a social justice movement. They are incitement to violence. Everyone must call that out forcefully and with clarity. Words matter. For generations, they've had deadly consequences for me, for my family, for my people, for Sarah and Yaron. This shouldn't be hard. The fight against Jewish hate cannot be political. We cannot allow vigils like this to become the norm. We must act now. May Sarah and Yaron's memory be a blessing. May the world know no more sorrow, and may the hostages come home now. I'm now honored to invite up Noah Gittesar, Yaron's supervisor and Yaron's friend.
On behalf of the Lashinsky family, Yaron's parents, Ruth and Daniel, his brothers, Hanan, Gabriel, and Ben-Ami, and his sister, Yudit. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for coming together this evening to honor Yaron and Sarah. It is still hard for us to believe that Yaron is no longer with us. We miss the beautiful soul that he was, the wonderful son and brother, the loving uncle he was across the ocean. In the days since the vile terrorist attack, we have heard from so many people who knew Yaron. We learned of different aspects of his personality, the way in which he developed professionally at the Embassy of Israel. We heard what a loyal friend and trusted colleague he was. Most of all, we learned of the strong love he and Sarah shared and their plans for their future together. We collect these stories of his life, and we are heartbroken that we will miss seeing his plans come into fruition. Yaron accomplished so much in his 30 years. He had an unending thirst for knowledge and was willing to spend hours to better understand and analyze any issue he tackled. He loved soccer, had an appreciation for art, and was an avid photographer. He was of deep faith and knew how to find beauty and order in every occasion. He was the first to volunteer for any task, and he wanted to give of himself for a life of purpose and service. Yaron loved the 3 years he spent at the Embassy of Israel, which he hoped would be his first step towards a career as an Israeli diplomat. These years in Washington, D.C. were for him a chance to live his dream. Here, he spread his wings and learned to fulfill his potential. He appreciated every interaction, every person he met. He collected all these moments as memories, which he and Sarah were supposed to recall many years later. We, Yaron's family, are grateful for all the good this city brought out in Yaron. We want to remember Washington, D.C. as Yaron saw it, a city devoted to the pursuit of justice and peace, a platform to connect between people and nations. Yaron loved the city and the time he spent here. He took in all the monuments, breathed in the history and culture that D.C. offers, waited each year for the cherry blossoms. He was proud of every meeting he attended at the State Department and here at the U.S. Congress, think tank conferences and diplomatic receptions. This was the beautiful backdrop for his final 3 years. We will not allow Yaron's vision of D.C. to become tainted by the horrific anti-Semitic and anti-Israel attack that took him and Sarah from us. We will hold the Washington, D.C. Yaron loved close to our hearts. Please continue your important work in their honor, and may their light shine upon us all. In closing, we share with you these 2 verses, the first from Isaiah, which represents so well what Yaron stood for. דשתת בין הגויים והוכיח לעמים רבים, חיטטו חרבותם לעתים וחניתותיהם למזמרות. לא יישא גוי אל גוי חרב ולא ילמדו עוד מלחמה. He will judge between the nations and will settle disputes for many peoples. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. And this verse from the book of Revelations, in hope of eternal comfort for all. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. Thank you, and God bless you all. I now invite Sausan Hassan, my dear colleague from the Embassy of Israel, Sarah's supervisor, who will speak on behalf of the Milgram family.
Nancy and Bob Milgram, the parents of our beloved Sarah and her brother Jacob, wanted to convey their gratitude for the memorial service here in the capital for Sarah and Yaron. Although they are both, and Jacob as well, not here with us in person, they are honored to be with us in spirit as we all gather under the shadow of their heartbreak. In the wake of the unimaginable tragedy and the unspeakable pain, Sarah's presence continues to be felt among all of us. The values she advocated for and the light she brought into the world live on. As the director of civil society outreach at our embassy, Sarah was a bridge builder, a believer in human dignity, and a strong advocate for inclusion. She believed that diplomacy is not simply about policy, it is about people. She opened new doors, fostered dialogue, and built bridges that few people before her dared even to cross. In college, Sarah gave the following advice to her fellow students. I think it is really important to do things that make you uncomfortable, or things that may not be the easiest route. That's exactly what Sarah did. She took responsibility for those whose voices were not always heard, for helping to carry the burden when others could not. Her mission, including connecting with young adults, LGBTQ+, diverse community and ethnic groups, women's organizations, legal professionals, climate advocates, and many more, far beyond the walls of the embassy, even beyond her portfolio. Sarah enhanced partnerships with the White House, State Department, and countless advocacy groups, and arranged dozens of delegations to and from Israel. Perhaps her most difficult and most noble mission was making sure the world heard the stories of Israeli women who were raped and murdered on October 7th. She ensured the truth was told, even when others stayed shamefully silent. Sarah made sure the officials at the highest levels in Washington, D.C. and at the United Nations knew their stories. Sarah embodied the spirit of Tikkun Ulam. When Sarah assumed her position at the embassy, it cost her many familiar friendships. Nonetheless, from that void, she built a new, resilient circle of young leaders who shared her values. And in that circle, her love story with Yaron blossomed. In Nancy's words, Sarah, as your mother, I taught you to have poise and grace, to stand up for what you believe in, and to do what you know is right. I am so very proud of all you accomplished in your much too short life. And her father, Bob, continues saying, Sarah, your life was dedicated to Tikkun Ulam, repairing the world. As your father, you taught me the true meaning of those words. We will carry on Sarah's legacy, not with slogans or statements, but with action, consistency, and care. Thank you for giving us the space to remember Sarah, not only for how she died, but also for how she truly lived. With courage, with compassion, and with a heart wide enough to hold the whole world. May her memory be a blessing, and may we each be a blessing in her name.
Would you join us now in a moment of silence for Sarah and Yaron? Thank you all.
Tuesday said we're night. Right, exactly. Like, why don't we just go together? Yeah,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be a different update. I'm not too sure what they're finalizing to do the update, but it is. I don't know if you are. Oh, yeah, exactly.
And that's where we all
But that's the thing I usually ask.
just a general,
I'm just going.
No, but that's good.
There's one couple came down from the reservoir. They said, she goes, well, we came down from Frankfurt, Central North. He's not going to do it. You want to be friendly games?
Thank you. Oh, okay, all right. Good luck. Yeah, you too.
He's yeah, he's right now he's actually marketing it, but he'll be back soon. Yeah, I am. Do you need anything? Not sure. No, I'm just right now watching it just in case.
But there's something. Please,
okay, I have 5.
Where's the bird?
Test. 1, 2.
Hey, Sean. I think they're moving them to go out more on the streets, and they're going to keep us here, so it'll just be us. So we'll probably return something here in a second. Okay, I want to figure out like who
Have you picked it? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, I've never.
I gotta grab that.
I need a minute. Probably be in your shop.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Yeah. And me too. I already got ahead. I was called back before. No.
It's Bobby, I'm setting up the making executive. This is about the purpose of what this is. and Jeff is going to be channel 2.
Yeah, wherever they need us. I got you. It was 5:30.
Do I need to call the desk?
Let's change.
He's coming up right now.
Yes, he will be. Yep. Just that you have done for now.
Sergio, any idea how we're gonna take it live here, we're just curious.
Let me check in real quick.
Okay,
Appreciate
thanks.
That's the lady. That's the lady.
How you doing?
Yeah, just a little bit tough. It's full of people, so I'm just going to make sure that they're not going to start the presser while we're doing it. So,
Okay.
but I can be quick. I can answer a question or two quickly. Yeah, they said a little bit after 5:30, so I think in a minute now. Good. Okay. Yeah.
Leroy, Secretary. Over here at the St. Justice press conference, would you like to come up on? Let's see. Okay, stand by. Let's switch it over.
They're walking over now, guys. Sorry. We'll get started in just a minute.
Thank you.
What's the time?
3 minutes. Tops.
Is it only Bass or is McDonald joining as well?
Chief McDonald as well.
Oh, great.
Okay. Yeah, when you're like 20.
Do you see anything there?
Yeah,
Yeah, about it? Okay, excellent. Go to, can I do something?
Hey guys, are you doing it or not?
Yes, I am. Right, sir? I'll let you go then, okay?
Right now,
Okay.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Okay, they're gonna come in.
Right now?
Yeah, hey Giselle, so we're inside the Emergency Operations Center, like you mentioned, here for the City of LA, dealing with a dispersal order still in effect for Alameda Street between Aliso and Temple. Been that way throughout much of the afternoon after a bit of an earlier altercation, but that's where the federal building is, and that's where you're seeing a lot of federal law enforcement kind of taking a stand against the protesters. So we did see a little bit of an altercation earlier, with some flashbangs, a little bit of tear gas being shot out at that time. So after that, local law enforcement joined in and said, hey, we need to have a dispersal order here. They have started to make some arrests. Had reports of arresting some protesters and demonstrators on the 101 just past Alameda there as well. So a bit of fluid situation so far throughout the day. Expecting that to continue right now. And the mayor about to address the city coming up in a few minutes here.
But that's all. They're about to start. Okay, thanks. Bye.
just we saw that happen a little bit last night there too, where after a lot of the peaceful protesters had wrapped up for the night, you saw some happening on Broadway, especially there were reports at the Apple store, had some looters happening and some riots there, and also the same thing with the Adidas store and some jewelry stores in that area as well. So really the concern is making sure that things don't get out of hand once some of these peaceful demonstrators do kind of leave the area and to get things under control. So I think the goal is to make sure that they're not having a repeat of what's happened the last couple of nights here, Giselle.
Very quiet in here. Folks, we got a few more minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. You're doing it.
Yeah, that's just been kind of the concern throughout right now, is making sure that they're having some sort of continuity with all the law enforcement officials that are involved. We've had the obviously LAPD, you have the National Guard coming in, we have reports of the Marines coming in as well, we have CHP officers, so just want to make sure that they're having a coordinated effort to make sure things don't get out of hand, as we've seen the last couple of nights here.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we heard that from the president earlier, saying that, hey, what we saw happen with the LA wildfires in January, it'd be the same type of thing. And she's been kind of in step-by-step in unison with Governor Gavin Newsom that it's not needed. We don't need the federal law enforcement here. Leave it to the state, leave it to the city, and leave it to the local law enforcement officers to make sure things don't get in the hand. And so we've seen Mayor Bass, we've seen Governor Gavin Newsom. We also filed that emergency motion to have the federal law enforcement officers removed from the city. The judge did strike that down. They're having a hearing on that on Thursday, but they've kind of been in unison at the city and state level so far, Giselle.
Yeah. I know yesterday we were doing for yesterday evening's press conference. Yeah. And then one of my coworkers was like, City Hall was like, hey, just let you know, we're shutting up all the streets around City Hall. So if you need anything, you need to get back to them. And I think about all of our stuff is really press conference we all throw over.
Yeah, from last I heard, the same thing that you did, that they have not had any communication with the White House at this point directly with the president, so they haven't really been able to communicate on that. Obviously, it's been a bit of a standoff in terms of what's best for the city of LA. We're hearing at a federal level, they need to have the federal law enforcement and the National Guard here in order to maintain some order, and they're hearing a complete opposite thing from the city and the state as well. So I think that's going to be something to keep an eye on in the coming hours and days here, Giselle.
You know, things shifted over to Tokyo. So it was great there. Oh, we've had, oh my God, we've had like 5 or 6 bands. I mean, windows smashed in, the graffiti is illegal. Lots of other ones. But, you know, then there was like fireworks with the street that was really going off over here.
I know, getting here, because we started, we were at the City Hall. I think we went down all the way to the 4th.
We went down to 6.
Yeah, because I was like, okay, maybe 1, and then I was like, maybe not 1.
No,
and
one was low. 1, 2, yeah, we finally like, we took grand, and then we're like, all right, we'll try 3rd, but then, nope, then we went, what was it? Just went down to 6, we took 6 over till, I don't know, one of those lovely Skid Row streets. I was like, don't go up me, that's good now. It's coming pretty fast, that we came up left.
Okay.
Yeah, basically that, you know, they want to make sure that they're having a little bit of a due process and being able to make sure that they're having some representation and being at the very least being able to talk with their families and let them know how they're doing. We've heard about raids happening at places like car washes. We heard about them happening at local businesses. We heard about happening at Home Depot. So really, the main thing is those are members of the community. That's what the mayor said, that there are still members of the community, regardless of who status here. And she wants to make sure that they're getting some sort of due process and being at least be able to contact their loved ones so they know that they're okay.
Thanks so much.
Of course.
Maybe they're waiting for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I do, but I'm not. Hi, how are you? Good, I'm serious. No problem. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Carla's on her way over. Oh. There we go. Hold on. Okay, folks, we're looking at 2 minutes. We'll start in about 2 minutes.
To press response. 2 minutes. Did you get that? 2 minutes of press. 2 minutes. We faxed it out with TOC.
Is everybody in place? Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted, and I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police and sheriff departments from across the region and state are working alongside LAPD through a unified command structure. The curfew will be in place tonight from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. I want to thank the governor for his partnership and especially thank our state and local leaders and deputies, officers and deputies who are working tirelessly. So curfew guidance, again, it will begin at 8 p.m. tonight and go until 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will consult with elected leaders and law enforcement officials tomorrow on the continuation of the curfew, but we certainly expect for it to last for several days. The curfew area will be between the 5 freeway and to the 110 and the 10 freeway to where the 110 freeway and 5 freeway merge. You look at the map and you can see that the city of Los Angeles is a massive area, 502 square miles. The area of downtown where the curfew will take place is 1 square mile. I think it is important to point this out, not to minimize the vandalism and violence that has taken place there. It has been significant, but it is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not. So everyone must abide by this curfew. Limited exceptions will apply for residents, people traveling to and from work, and credentialed media representatives. With that, I would like to turn it over to Chief Jim McDonnell.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, and good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor stated, a curfew for the impacted area shown here will go into effect tonight. And I want to be absolutely clear that if you're within that designated curfew zone between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. And are not exempt under the order, you're going to be subject to arrest. The curfew boundaries are as follows: from the 5 freeway to the 110 freeway, and from the 10 freeway to the point where the 110 and the 5 merge. Easier to look at it on that map for description. The curfew is necessary, a necessary measure to protect lives and safeguard property following several consecutive days of growing unrest throughout the city. Since Saturday, we've seen a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. On Saturday, LAPD officers made 27 arrests. On Sunday, that number rose to 40. By Monday, arrests totaled 114, and today alone, we've made 197 arrests. The recent days, it's been as a part of a unified command with our partner agencies who've responded through mutual aid compact and been very, very helpful to us, and we're very thankful for that participation. Of those I mentioned for today, 130 were arrested near Commercial and Alameda. An additional 67 were taken into custody after unlawfully occupying the 101 freeway near Commercial Street. Our CHP partners were instrumental in that. So again, let me be clear that this behavior, blocking freeways, city streets, and on-ramps, refusing to comply with lawful dispersal orders, and interfering with public safety operations is dangerous, unlawful, and won't be tolerated. If you are in the curfew zone during the restricted hours without that legal exemption, you will be arrested. If you assault an officer in any fashion, you will be arrested. We're operating under a unified command with our partners at the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol. We're fully coordinated, and our shared mission is clear: to restore peace and ensure the safety of everyone in our city. We previously mobilized part of our department at LAPD while keeping our ability to be able to provide the services that our community deserves going. We're going to be adding to that deployment with additional internal LAPD resources in the days ahead. The curfew does not apply to residents within the designated area, individuals experiencing homelessness, credentialed media, or public safety and emergency personnel. To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act. We urge all Angelenos to cooperate with these public safety measures. Our shared goal is to protect our communities and return to a state of calm and safety for everyone. Thank you. Mayor.
Let me introduce now the councilwoman who represents the majority of the district, Councilwoman Isabel Harato.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here today not just as a council member who represents downtown LA, but as its advocate who deeply loves and believes in this community. The history of Los Angeles began right here in downtown, where 200 years later, the grouping of historic neighborhoods remains the beating heart of our city, a place with rich culture and deep community. Downtown LA is a place where workers clock in before sunrise and small business owners know their customers by name, where neighbors greet each other on the sidewalk, and where generations of families have built lives, shared stories, made memories together side by side. It's one of the most vibrant and resilient and hopeful parts of our city, but too often downtown LA is treated like a backdrop for major events, not the living, breathing community it is. And right now, it's hurting. I am deeply proud that downtown has always been the place where Angelenos from all over the city gather to peacefully protest. I support the right to demonstrate, and the mayor and I know that right is sacred, and at times it's necessary, but we must also face that what's happening right now. When these peaceful rallies end and the protesters head home, another element moves in: opportunists who come in under the cover of a peaceful protest to ravage and destroy. They are ruining local small businesses, smashing storefronts, and threatening the safety of the very community that has always welcomed people from across the city and globe. This isn't just broken glass or stolen goods, it's someone's livelihood, someone's safe space, someone's home that's been violated. And it's happening in a neighborhood where working class families are just trying to live. Our street vendors, our garment workers, many of whom are immigrants, continue to watch their communities be torn apart. And that's why I'm thankful to the mayor for leveraging this tool, enacting a curfew to begin tonight. This has been something that many of my constituents in downtown have been calling for what they're facing. This curfew is not about silencing protests. It's about protecting people and ensuring that the local residents, small businesses, our families, our elders, and our workers are not left vulnerable to those who come only to destroy. What happens in downtown reverberates all throughout LA, and when we protect downtown, we protect our city. And we're investing in its future, and we invest in our shared future. So to my colleagues and to our residents and everyone watching, downtown LA is not just a center for the First Amendment expression, it's a community. It's a home, and the people in its deserve our protection and care. That path ahead may be uncertain, but our responsibility to protect and uplift this neighborhood is not. I want to close this message from my constituents so that you hear them loud and clear. Downtown LA is home. Please keep it safe, and let's keep each other safe. Thank you, Los Angeles.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. I'd now like to introduce Nella McCosker, who is the CEO of the Central City Association. We were having conversations this morning about a couple of things. One, the ongoing problem with violence, but also the need, when all of this subsides, is to repair and restore downtown Los Angeles, especially the businesses and properties that have been hit with graffiti. Nella McCosker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council Member. The swift action today to take a look at and examine how this curfew could be put in place is a good example of the leadership we see and continue to need for downtown. CCA, or Central City Association, represents businesses, institutions, nonprofits, the fabric of downtown Los Angeles that also represents the wider city. And it is the case that downtown is a neighborhood. It is the case that downtown is where immigrant-owned businesses try to operate and thrive. And so we can differentiate between downtown being a place to gather, to have your voice be heard, to peacefully protest, and the actions that we've seen each evening since this occurred in the last few days. So thank you for applying this tool. There are others certainly that we could look at as well, but hopefully Angelenos rally together in support of this really important section of our city because of the symbol and of the benefits it provides to everyone across Los Angeles. Thank you.
I'd like to open up for questions, but before I acknowledge Dr. Earl Southers, who is the president of the Los Angeles Police Commission. Let me just say also that we did not hear about any raids that took place today. The problem is that we don't know how long these raids are going to go on. If they're going to go on for 30 days, that's what the rumor is. And if we want to see our city peaceful again, I will call upon the administration one more time to end the raids. With that, let's open it up for questions.
I have a question for Mayor Bass and for Councilmember Jurado. For the mayor, what changed today that made you think that the curfew was now necessary? Last night was definitely not the first night where graffiti and vandalism and some violence were happening in the city, so why did you decide now that it was time for the curfew? And for Councilmember Jurado, after you called certain elements opportunists, ravaging and destroying the community, one of your staffers was arrested downtown, and now there's a curfew in your district, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that and how you're feeling about the situation with one of your staffers.
Let me just say that a curfew has been in consideration for several days, but clearly after the violence that took place last night, 23 businesses looted, and just the extensive, widespread nature of the vandalism, we reached a tipping point and declared a state of emergency and called for the curfew. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that question. Yes, I'm aware of what's happened to my staff member. They're on unpaid leave right now. I hold my staff to the highest standards while I wait to see due process, and so we'll see the outcome of that. But I see that as separate and apart from a reaction to what our constituents want in the city and how this type of opportunism has escalated between yesterday and the day before. And, you know, frankly, I admit my humility here and my beginnerness in that I'm new to downtown, but our downtown stakeholders have seen this multiple times over and had to basically develop their own strategies, and they saw the warning signs of how this could get worse, and they knew from past experiences that curfews have been ways in order to stem this and to calm the city once again, and it's but one tool that we can execute at this time.
We're going to go right here and then we'll kind of over there.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Mayor Bass, I know that you were referencing that there have been 23 businesses that have now been damaged, broken into, looted. Looking at videos of the Apple Store and Adidas. Any sort of estimate of the cost of damage at this point with all this vandalism? And also, what is the latest on the Marines arriving here? And has there been anything else about what their mission will be?
So there is not a financial estimate right now, unless Nella has one.
In the case of,
do you want
to? It's millions. In the case of some of the larger, retail stores, it's in the millions. But I don't know of the 23 what the total is.
And I think it's really hard to estimate the vandalism from the graffiti. It's just widespread. I know that you have seen it.
And as far as the Marines arriving
Oh,
here,
I'm sorry, you did ask that question. Who knows? I mean, I don't know if you know, Chief. I mean, the bottom line is that we're not told. Basically, we have to operate on rumors. So rumor has it that there's 700 Marines that are going to come here. I have no idea what they would do when they would get here. Right now, we have 100 National Guard whose sole mission is to protect the federal building downtown. That's 100. There's another 100 in Westwood protecting the federal building there, and I haven't heard of any protests that had anything to do with ICE taking place at the Westwood federal building, unless you have, Chief. Right. So we just don't know. And I think that's a problem with the administration, because to come in such a massive way and to make the announcements that all of this was going to happen and then not communicate with the local jurisdiction as to when, what, how, why, is really problematic.
We're going to go to Craig and then we'll head over there.
Mayor, you mentioned at the beginning of the press conference the curfew to be in this evening, dusk to dawn.
8 p.m. tonight.
Okay, 8 p.m. tonight until
6 a.m.
6 a.m. Last time we had a curfew like that was under Mayor Bradley. I think it was 3 days. Are you taking this day by day at this point? That's one question. Then as a second one, when do you plan on reaching out to Donald Trump, President Trump? You said you want to talk with him, that you will reach out.
Actually, I started that reach out today, so we will see what happens. I will keep you posted.
Can you update us on the parameters of the curfew area? I just want to make sure people heard that.
Yes, and it's the map that is right there, so it basically is all of downtown Los Angeles. But you know, in LA, we identify by our freeways, so all of the freeway numbers are there: 110, the 5, the 10.
This is the area where the protests have been focused.
Yes, and actually that's a broader area that the protests have been focused. You know that the protests have been limited to about 5 streets in downtown Los Angeles, and again, that's why it's so important to let the people know this is not all of Los Angeles. If you put downtown Los Angeles in the context of the overall city map, you see how big it is. 1 square mile compared to 503 square miles.
Mayor, in terms of what the federal authorities are doing, I know you're saying they're not telling you when they're going to be doing these various raids. Are you getting anywhere in terms of cooperation of notifying your police agencies in advance so they can make some plans to deploy, if necessary, to some of the local communities?
No, we're not. No, we're not. And we also don't know, again, about the ICE raids. And that's why I think, you know, I would appeal to the president to stop the ICE raids so that we can have stability in our city. I think about the families who are afraid to go to work and go to school. I was talking to a friend today who, in her local grocery store, the shelves were empty. A lot of the shelves were empty because people aren't coming to work to stock the shelves. We have to look at the contributions that the immigrant population makes to our local economy. And you know that there are some industries that are the majority are immigrant labor. And so when you frighten immigrants and they don't want to come to work, you are hitting at the heart of our local economy. The nannies that can't show up, the gardeners that can't show up. That impacts households in a way that I don't think people often realize the extent.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mayor Bass, I don't know if you heard earlier, the president referred to that it would look similar to how it did back in January with the LA wildfires if you didn't have federal law enforcement here. When you look at it for yourself as the leader of the city and Chief McDonnell as well, what are some of the difficulties when it comes to planning, not having unison with yourself, the state, and the federal?
And so I think I missed the first part of it. He said the reason why the wildfires were handled was because there were federal police?
No, he said it would look similar to how it did during the wildfires here and the aftermath if they didn't have the federal law enforcement here.
Yeah, I don't know, Chief, maybe you want to respond to that. I don't think that question, and sometimes what the president says, it's difficult to kind of understand. What I will tell you, though, is that after the wildfires, were out, the president made sure we had ample resources with the Army Corps of Engineers, and it was a significant contributing factor to us having the fastest recovery of any location in comparison to where other wildfires have taken place. It contributed to the fact that in the Palisades now, we have over 2,700 lots that are cleared where people can be rebuilding now. I was at a property a couple of weeks ago where the frame of the house is already up. This, to me, is drastically different. That was in complete cooperation and coordination with the federal government. Right now, we are in the dark. We don't know when things are going to happen. One thing we're sure about, and I think the chief would agree with me, is that we have the capacity to address this situation here, and we don't need armies or National Guard, especially that we didn't even ask for. And the idea that the president took the power away from the governor to do this it was really just unacceptable. But Chief, did you want to, if you want to?
Thank you. To that issue, we have a protocol in place that we use, and when we are dealing with something like this where it takes some resources away from our regular patrol duties and ability to provide the service we do, we mobilize the department, and so that brings in people from vacation and our days off and allows us to use them. We've mobilized the Office of Operations, the biggest part of the department, and our motor officers. We're looking to expand that with additional officers from within. We requested through the Sheriff Mutual Aid, which then is coordinated by the Office of Emergency management in the state, OES, I'm sorry, emergency services, with the sheriff, and they bring in then surrounding communities and in this case counties to be able to help supplement our resources to deal with the issues at hand. They are tremendous partners. We've worked very closely together for the past couple of days now, and I think we have seen a significant improvement in things, and we will continue to watch for that as we move forward. We're hopeful with this curfew that'll give us additional tool as well to be able to bring this chapter to a close.
When we heard from you this weekend, you mentioned officers being overwhelmed and you needed to get into a position where you could make large-scale arrests, and that you were considering, that you said it was really too early to determine whether or not the National Guard was necessary on the city streets. Given what you just said, have you reevaluated the potential need for the National Guard? Yeah, and the I guess the sequence would be, as I mentioned, we request mutual aid, partner agencies from throughout, in this case, the 7-county area. The next step then, if we weren't able to handle the issue, is to request through the sheriff to the governor and the emergency OES at the state National Guard to be deployed. We are nowhere near that. In this environment, we believe we can do what we need to do with the resources that we now have access to, and I think we've seen a dramatic increase in arrests over the last couple of days. I believe that will continue, and that will help bring some order to what we've seen in the past few days. So, no.
Hey, Chief, what does it mean? I'm seeing where the emergency operations center at level 2 activation. What does that mean to the people of LA to know we're at level 2?
Yeah, there's, anybody want to, yeah, go ahead. Probably more specifically, Chief Choi.
Chief Chow, that's okay. Blake Chow from Office of Special Operations. So just like our Department of Operations Center across the hall, when we get into a emergency that needs to be managed, the EOC can be pushed up to a level 2, and that means all the other city departments that work for the mayor come in and have a rep here, and we're able to coordinate city response to anything that's going on within the city. That's what level 2 is.
Let me also just add to your question that you were asking. You know, now that the president has taken over authority of the National Guard, Chief, when you were describing the way it should go, now that has been disrupted, and I think that that's important. I know one of the things that the chief said that we're going to focus on is trying to gather as many local resources as possible, and that includes Los Angeles police officers and trying to bolster the officers that will be stationed downtown, because downtown is where the crisis is right now. Yes, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anybody want a copy of the map?
You're welcome. So, of course, if there's anything else you need, just let me know.
You're so good on TV.
Oh, I need the jacket. Take your glasses off and open it. Oh, but I'm okay with less that.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah. So it was clear, but now they're on to the next one.
Anyone else?
I already read me for it. I'm gonna need to turn it, you know.
Thank you.